Chapter 130. One Han gone. You and I are both disciples of the 7 great cultivation groups, so why did you ambush me? Yi Jingwen angrily glared at the 3 cultivators in front of him. The leader was about 30 or 40 years old. His facial features were decent, but he had a mustache, which made him look wretched. That person looked at Yi Jingwen and sneered. 7 great cultivation groups. Humph. Don't make it sound so dignified. You people from Xianqing School also took advantage of the situation to rob others. Now that the demonic beast riot has just been settled, who isn't taking advantage of the situation to make a profit? Yi Jingwen's complexion turned pale then red. He naturally knew that the 7 great cultivation groups weren't harmonious. Although he didn't do these things himself, he also knew about his fellow disciples. Although the 7 great cultivation groups belonged to the righteous path, there were always some people with unstable temperaments who took advantage of the situation to do something. For the sake of the overall situation, the sect always turned a blind eye to it. In the end, no matter which cultivation group it was, their foundation wasn't clean. After sizing Yi Jingwen up from head to toe, that person stroked his mustache and said to his fellow disciples with a mischievous smile, "After we finish this today, we'll take everything. This brat has a lot of good things on him." Of course. One of them stared at Yi Jingwen with a malicious expression. This brat killed a lot of demonic beasts these past few days. I reckon he has so many materials on him that he can't put them all away. Let's help him take them all. That's right. We're so kind-hearted, haha. The 3 people drew closer and closer, unsheathing their swords. As soon as Yi Jingwen saw them, his fingertips moved, unsheathing the sword on his back. Upon seeing this, the cultivator named One Han Gon turned to his companion and laughed. Look at him. Our Gujin sect is a true sword cultivation group, yet he still wants to unsheath his sword in front of us. The 3 of them burst into laughter. Yi Jingwen's expression didn't change, but he still held several talismans in his hand. Xianqing School's cultivation technique was a Dao School's cultivation technique, but the techniques used in fights of magical power didn't stick to one pattern. There were talisman cultivators, medical cultivators, and sword cultivators in every sect, and Yi Jingwen was a sword cultivator disciple. However, Gujin sect was the biggest sword cultivation group in Kunwu and had gathered the best sword cultivation talents in Kunwu. Pure sword cultivators had a slightly harder time advancing compared to ordinary cultivators, but in fights of magical power, they were stronger than cultivators in the same realm. Moreover, Gujin sect had been practicing sword arts for generations, so they naturally had all kinds of secret techniques, so Yi Jingwen didn't dare to lower his guard. Of the 3 Gujin sect cultivators in front of him, one was in the middle stage of the foundation building realm and the other 2 were in the early stage of the foundation building realm. This middle stage foundation building cultivator was older than him, so he was naturally more experienced. If he cultivated some kind of secret technique, his chances of winning would be lower. As for those 2 early stage foundation building cultivators, he might be able to put up a fight. In an instant, Yi Jingwen had already made up his mind. He wasn't that conceited in a head-on fight, but he was certain that he could break out of the encirclement and escape. As long as he ran back to Qianmen Ridge Station, these people naturally wouldn't dare to make a move. The person in charge here was Senior Marshal Brother Guangzhu. Although this Senior Marshal Brother rarely made a move, he was a late-stage foundation building cultivator. Coupled with the other foundation building cultivators from his sect, there were more than enough to deter these people. Having made up his mind, he didn't wait for the 3 people to surround him. His sword suddenly shot out, thrusting straight at One Han Gon. At the same time, he flipped the back of his hand and threw out a handful of talismans. The 3 cultivators were originally smiling, but as soon as they saw Yi Jingwen make a move, their expressions turned solemn. One Han Gon wielded his sword and began to fight with Yi Jingwen. The other two cultivators also quickly stood together. The two of them raised their swords and formed a sword seal. A light barrier extended from their swords and instantly surrounded the two of them. When the talismans landed on their bodies, they were bounced off by the light barrier. Upon seeing this, Yi Jingwen inwardly felt that it was a pity. The talisman crafting technique was quite difficult. Most of the talismans used by foundation building cultivators were bestowed by their masters, and they had to craft them themselves. There were at least 3 to 5 talismans in this handful, yet these two foundation building cultivators were actually able to dodge them so easily. Gujin Sek's strength was indeed well deserved. However, he also believed that he wasn't a pushover. Ever since he entered the sect at a young age, he went from being an ordinary young disciple to an inner disciple, then to an inner disciple, from the aura refining realm to the foundation building realm, and then to the middle stage of the foundation building realm in a short time. Even if they wanted to take him down, it wouldn't be that easy. After several exchanges, Wan Honggan was in a somewhat difficult situation. In the same station, he naturally saw Yi Jingwen make a move, but he never expected that this brat was actually this strong. He wasn't any weaker than their Gujin sect's elite sword cultivators. He took back his flying sword and shouted in a threatening manner, "Brat, quickly take out that thing and we'll spare your life." Upon hearing this, Yi Jingwen, whose sleeve had just been cut, smiled bitterly and said, "What? Are you afraid of death?" If he really couldn't escape, Wan Honggan might not be able to survive even if he put his life on the line. Yi Jingwen was already in this kind of situation, yet he still wasn't willing to lower his head. Wan Honggan was stunned for a moment before anger welled up in his heart. He glanced at his two companions. When the two Gujin sect disciples saw his glance, they immediately changed directions and stepped in different directions. Yi Jingwen's expression froze when he heard Wan Honggan say with a sneer, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll show you our Gujin sect's thousand-shaped star formation." The three of them stood in 3 different directions around Yi Jingwen. Each of them raised their swords and closed their eyes to recite the incantation. Upon seeing this, Yi Jingwen immediately took back his flying sword and cautiously observed his surroundings. The thousand-shaped star formation was Gujin sect's consummate sword formation. It required at least 3 people and at most 10 million people. Once it was laid, it would be filled with killing intent. However, this sword formation wasn't easy to lay. It required an unimaginable amount of spiritual aura, so these 3 people definitely wouldn't have it easy. Without waiting for the 3 of them to lay down the sword array, Yi Jingwen swung his hand and the sword flew out of his hand, seemingly shooting towards Wan Honggan. Just as they moved to parry, he pinched a spirit talisman and patted it, instantly disappearing into the ground. Earth Escape. It's an Earth Escape talisman. Wan Honggan shouted. With a wave of his hand, a beam of sword aura flew out of his hand and shot into the ground. A beam of spiritual aura visible to the naked eye quickly escaped into the distance. Chase! Mo Tiange stood on the white silk handkerchief with the shuttle of flying Apsara in her hand. She no longer restrained her momentum, so the spiritual aura of a foundation-building cultivator immediately spread out. At the same time, the shuttle of flying Apsara moved, directly taking the leader's head. That person shouted, "Who?" He turned around and barely avoided the shuttle of flying Apsara. When he saw a few strands of hair floating down, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Mo Tiange coldly said, "Who are you? You actually dared to besiege my Xianqing school's senior martial brother." When the 3 people saw her appearance, they glanced at each other. She was in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. At this moment, Yi Jingwen had already come out of the ground. He called out in pleasant surprise, "Tiange." Seeing that the 3 people already had the intention to leave, Mo Tiange snorted and moved her shuttle of flying Apsara once again. Several flying needles were hidden inside the golden light. At the same time, her substantial divine sense quietly spread out. Yi Jingwen's reaction was also very fast. With a wave of his hand, his flying sword flew out once again. Together with her shuttle of flying Apsara, they blocked the two early-stage foundation building cultivators' counterattack. All of this happened in a flash. They didn't have time to lay their thousand-shaped star formation. One Hongon only had time to move aside and dodge before he heard an "ah," and one of his companions fell to the ground. He turned his head to look. His other companion's complexion was ashen as he barely blocked Yi Jingwen's flying sword. One Hongon touched the talisman on his waist and slapped it on his body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. He actually completely ignored his companion and fled. Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen didn't chase after him. Instead, they once again attacked the early-stage foundation building cultivator. With two middle-stage cultivators attacking together and the other party still in a state of panic, how could he resist? He was killed on the spot just like that. After the fight ended, Yi Jingwen glanced in the direction Wan Hongon fled, then put away his sword. He turned to Mo Tiange and said, "Tiange, why are you here? I heard you went missing during the battle at Danding School 2 years ago. Were you okay afterward?" Mo Tiange nodded at him and said with a smile, "Big brother Yi, look at me. Do I look like I'm okay?" Yi Jingwen was stunned. He sized her up and said in astonishment, "You advanced to the middle stage." Mo Tiange was baffled by his question. "I advanced to the middle stage 2 years ago. Big brother Yi, you didn't know?" "Huh?" Yi Jingwen was confused. "What's going on?" Mo Tiange glanced at the ground and said, "Big brother Yi, let's go back and talk about it slowly." "All right." The two of them disposed of the corpses of the two Gujin sect disciples, then slowly flew back together. "Tiange, tell me what happened to you first. From what I remember, you only built your foundation 3 years ago, so how did you advance to the middle stage 2 years ago? What happened to you when you went missing?" "I encountered some fated chances 2 years ago, so I directly advanced to the middle stage. At that time, all the martial sisters at Luoyan Cliff knew about it, so I thought you also knew. At that time, I was outside with my master. When we returned, you had already left with martial uncle Xianyin. The fated chance you encountered actually allowed you to advance to the middle stage. That wasn't an ordinary fated chance." Mo Tiange smiled but didn't explain in detail. She then said, "2 years ago, I was chased by a 5th-ranked demonic beast. Fortunately, I had an escape magic tool on me, so I actually managed to escape. Later, because I was injured, I didn't dare to show myself, so I found a secret place to heal my injuries. It was only after my injuries healed a few days ago that I dared to come out. So it was like that. You spent 2 years recuperating. Your injuries must be very serious, right?" Mo Tiange said, "Fortunately, I was unconscious for several months. Fortunately, I didn't encounter any danger." "Big brother Yi, how come you're here?" A bitter smile appeared on Yi Jingwen's face. These past 2 years were really tragic. Because the order to seal the mountain was issued early on, the aura refining disciples weren't affected, so the impact wasn't very big. However, almost a third of the foundation building disciples died, which shook the school's foundation. A third of the foundation building disciples was equivalent to at least 70 to 80 disciples. With so many foundation building disciples, it would take at least 100 years for them to regain their vitality. As for the other cultivation groups, this time, they could be considered disastrous. In the beginning, us elite disciples followed Master into battle, but later, because of various missions or crises, we were scattered all over the place. The reason I was in Mount Heavenly Fire was because I was sent to support Danding School after the big battle 2 years ago. After that, I couldn't go back. The two of them talked about some things that happened during the demonic beast riot. Mo Tiange learned that Xianqing School lost 3 core formation cultivators later on. The school's head Grand Supreme Elder was furious, so 2 of its 5 nascent soul cultivators went to battle. Only then was the situation in the vicinity of Xianqing School stabilized. After 3 years of fighting, the demonic beast riot could be considered quelled. There were no longer countless demonic beasts in the forest, and the strength of cultivation groups in Kunwu, big and small, was almost exhausted. Yi Jingwen said the scale of the battle this time surpassed the previous ones. He reckoned there wouldn't be another battle with demonic beasts for the next 100 years. Because of this, Mo Tiange secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, she hid inside the virtual sky world for 2 years. Otherwise, not to mention whether she could have kept her life, she would have ended up like her 3 senior martial sisters. She was afraid her cultivation would have stagnated for several years due to numerous injuries. Tiange, you're really lucky. You're not even 30 yet, but you're already in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Big brother really envies you. Mo Tiange shook her head. It's just a fated chance. Fated chances are also part of one's strength. You don't have to be so modest. The two of them chatted all the way to Qianmen Ridge Station. Seeing that she didn't object, he continued, Xiaoguzi, you go and tell Senior Marshal Brother Quang that this matter can't be settled peacefully. It'd be better to be ruthless. Xiaoguzi was frightened. He subconsciously looked at Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange knew that although Yi Jingwen treated her amiably, when he attacked Li Yushan, who tried to kidnap her, as soon as they met, she could see that he was a decisive person. Besides, she also had this idea, so she smiled at Xiaoguzi and asked, how many of them are there? What's their cultivation level? Xiaoguzi looked at the two people's indifferent expressions and gulped before he finally answered dryly, there are 5 of them in total. 2 are in the middle stage of the foundation building realm, 3 are in the early stage of the foundation building realm, and there are also some aura refining disciples. They dare to make a move with just 5 people. Mo Tiange was somewhat puzzled. What about us? Big brother Yi and I are in the middle stage of the foundation building realm, senior martial brother Quang Zhu is in the late stage of the foundation building realm, and junior martial brother Bai is in the early stage of the foundation building realm. Are there any other foundation building cultivators? And there are 2 martial uncles here, but they haven't been here recently. Xiaoguzi cautiously looked around. Martial uncles, we're not afraid of senior martial brother Quang Zhu and senior martial brother Bai, but now that we're in an alliance, how are we going to explain ourselves if we make a move? Explain ourselves? Yi Jingwen snorted. They're all dead, so we naturally have to explain ourselves. Ever since Xiaoguzi entered the cultivation group, he had been with senior martial brother Quang Zhu, Zhan Bai, and his little sister. Aside from cultivating, Quang Zhu and Zhan Bai also focused on practicing pill concocting and healing techniques, so he and Xiaozue had very little experience in fights of magical power. Even during the demonic beast war these past few years, they were always at the rear. Now, when they heard Yi Jingwen and Mo Tiange mention besieging other cultivators without any change in their expressions, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Seeing him like this, Mo Tiange couldn't help but reach out and stroke his head. Xiaoguzi, you go report to senior martial brother Quang Zhu. Big brother Yi and I will pretend that we've just returned. When the time comes, you'll secretly tell us what to do. All right. Xiaoguzi gritted his teeth. Since martial uncle said so, I'll go report to senior martial brother Quang Zhu. He had to get used to this kind of thing. Yi Jingwen nodded with a smile. Sorry to trouble you. As they watched Xiaoguzi walk into the station, Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen glanced at each other. They both saw killing intent in each other's eyes. After working together just now, Yi Jingwen had a new understanding of the current Mo Tiange. The Mo Tiange in front of him was already a genuine middle-stage foundation building cultivator. The accuracy of her attacks and the decisiveness of her schemes showed that she was no longer the little girl he saved back then. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It had only been 17 years. When he saved that little girl back then, he never thought this day would come so quickly. She had already grown to the point where she could fight side by side with him. Tiange, you have to be careful. Gujin Sect's thousand-shaped star formation is very difficult to deal with. It's best to kill them before they arrange the sword formation. Otherwise, we'll disturb them. If we can't do anything by the time they arrange the sword formation, we'll have to run away immediately. Big Brother Yi, you should also be careful. The two of them waited in silence for a while before they exchanged glances. They then walked into the station together. When Mo Tiange's divine sense spread out, she immediately bumped into another person's divine sense. She didn't know who this divine sense belonged to. She didn't provoke it, but she also didn't avoid it. When they stepped into the main hall, it was completely quiet inside. The wounded had already been moved away. Several Gujin sect cultivators were standing together, looking at them with hostility. Zhaiguzi and Xiaozue were at the back of the group, while Zhanbai was in front of them. Kuang Zhu was sitting in front of a table, concocting some kind of ointment as if nothing else was there. Mo Tiange looked at Zhaiguzi. She saw this child glancing at the Gujin sect cultivators before winking at them. She and Yi Jingwen exchanged glances. It seemed senior martial brother Kuang Zhu agreed. Chapter 131. The hall was quiet. Only the clinking of bottles and jars could be heard as Kuang Zhu concocted ointments. Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen stood in front of Zhanbai and looked at the Gujin sect cultivators. Both of them looked very calm, but it was precisely this calmness that made them unable to calm down. Wan Honggan had seen their methods, and Kuang Zhu was the only late-stage foundation building cultivator, so he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He turned to look at his fellow disciples, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. He stood up and shouted, "Senior Martial Brother Kuang, these are the two people who tried to kill my fellow disciples. Please give our Gujin sect an explanation." Upon hearing his voice, Kuang Zhu raised his head and glanced at him, but he still lowered his head and kept stirring. Wan Honggan was a bit embarrassed by his reaction, so he said angrily, "Kuang Zhu. What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" The one who spoke was Zhanbai, who usually didn't talk much. He glanced at them coldly and said calmly, "What do you mean by saying these words? Is it necessary to say it and make everyone lose face?" Wan Honggan was immediately angered by his rude words. "You..." Mo Tiange looked up and showed a sarcastic smile. What a joke. Everyone knew what was going on. Wouldn't it be better to speak frankly? In the end, a fight was inevitable, so why were you still pretending? Wan Honggan turned to look at his fellow disciples, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. In an instant, the 5 Gujin sect cultivators in black drew their swords and changed their positions. As soon as Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen saw this, they each used their magic tools to interfere with their positions. Mo Tiange's shuttle of flying apsara was nimble and erratic. As soon as she made her move, she rushed towards one of the early-stage foundation building cultivators. At the same time, she threw several flying needles. Yi Jingwen's flying sword went straight to Wan Honggan. Once the two of them made their moves, their positions were disrupted. Upon seeing this, Mo Tiange shook her hand and shot out countless flying needles. Unfortunately, this place was too small, so they couldn't use talismans. This wasn't a loss for sword cultivators, but for ordinary cultivators like them, it weakened part of their strength. Stand still. I'll block them. Wan Honggan shouted. Yi Jingwen sneered. Can you block them? Xianqing School's disciples weren't pure sword cultivators, and Yi Jingwen was no exception. His flying sword flew out, and he was holding a kind of magic tool in his hand. He aimed it at Wan Honggan. It turned out that he was intercepted by Wan Honggan, and now the villain was the first to accuse him. Therefore, his hatred toward Wan Honggan grew, and each and every one of his moves was aimed at him. Mo Tiange swept a glance at him. She knew this was the case, so she mustered all of her concentration to disrupt those people's footwork to prevent them from laying the 10,000-shaped star formation. Right now, they were fighting in full swing. Zhang Bai was vigilantly protecting Xiaoguzi and Xiaozue. If they accidentally hit them, he would hit them back one by one. At this moment, Kuang Zhu was still buried in his desk, as if he hadn't seen anything, fiddling with his bottles and jars. Both Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen were stronger than ordinary middle-stage foundation-building cultivators. Even when facing those 5 people, they were still able to fight evenly. Before long, the Gujin sect cultivators became restless. Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen frowned. Zhang Bai raised his head and looked at Kuang Zhu. Kuang Zhu stopped fiddling with ointment. Yi Jingwen withdrew his flying sword and poured his spiritual aura into the sword. Spiritual aura visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on the shiny sword. The spiritual aura stuck to the sword and kept spinning like a whirlpool. The whole process of spiritual aura taking shape only took a moment. Yi Jingwen waved his arm, and the spiritual aura whirlpool suddenly expanded to 3 square feet, firmly blocking in front of them. The spiritual aura took shape in an instant. Yi Jingwen waved his arm, and the spiritual aura whirlpool suddenly expanded to 3 square feet, firmly blocking in front of them. All of the Gujin sect cultivators' attacks were sucked in by the whirlpool, and their spiritual aura was also diverted. When the whirlpool slowly disappeared, all of their attacks lost their effectiveness. The Gujin sect cultivators' faces turned pale, but they quickly withdrew their flying swords and continued to attack. Mo Tiange summoned the white silk handkerchief. All of a sudden, countless bricks fell from the sky and formed a brick wall, once again blocking all of their attacks. The Gujin sect cultivators were already panicking. If they weren't sword cultivators who were more outstanding than ordinary cultivators in fights of magical powers, they would have already fallen. Wan Honggan shouted, "Sword aura! Sword aura!" Right after he said that, the Gujin sect cultivators immediately changed their sword moves. In an instant, sword aura flooded the main hall. Before these sword auras could get close to their bodies, they already felt a strong chill. The stone pillars and jade bricks in the main hall were all scratched by these sword auras. Mo Tiange once again summoned the white silk handkerchief. However, these sword auras practically filled the whole main hall. No matter which side she blocked, some of them slipped through the net. Yi Jingwen was the same. These sword auras weren't frightening to foundation-building cultivators like them. Even if they came out, they wouldn't be able to break through their spiritual aura defense. However, they were very frightening to aura-refining cultivators. No matter how Zhang Bai blocked the sword auras, wounds still appeared on Xiaoguzi and Xiaozui's bodies. Mo Tiange couldn't help but feel furious. She withdrew the white silk handkerchief and the shuttle of flying Apsara. She then released her divine sense, preparing to directly kill them. Right at that moment, she saw a piece of cloth flashing in front of her eyes. In the blink of an eye, she saw Kuang Zhu standing in front of them. With a shake of his sleeves, countless powder-like substances flew out of his sleeves and gradually interweaved into a net. The seemingly thin powder fog actually blocked their flying swords. When the powder fog subsided, Wan Honggan, who was covered in white powder, shouted angrily, "Kuang Zhu!" The corners of Kuang Zhu's mouth curled up slightly. Even though he was angry, he still acted elegantly. Scram! This place can't keep you. This time, not only Wan Honggan, but the other Gujin sect cultivators also looked angry. Another person shouted, Kwang Zhu, what right do you have to drive us away? Kwang Zhu snorted coldly. He didn't hide his disgust at all. Because of your lives. It's fine if you fight in the dark, I'll just turn a blind eye and pretend I didn't see it. But since you've actually made a fuss out in the open, we'll shed all pretense of cordiality. We don't need to play this game anymore. You, Wan Hong'an's face twisted. Don't think you're so amazing just because you're in the late stage of the foundation building realm. There are so many of us, so we might not necessarily lose to you. Kwang Zhu smiled lightly. If you say one more word, I'll take your lives. This sounded like a threat, and the Gujin sect cultivators also understood it that way. However, Kwang Zhu's ice-cold expression was filled with a deathly aura, making them speechless. The last one to break the silence was Yi Jingwen. He took a step forward and said, Senior Marshal Brother Kwang, you have good intentions. Normally, I should listen to you, but I want to keep all of them here. Anger once again appeared on Wan Hong'an's face, but there was also a hint of timidity. In fact, he already felt a bit regretful. He thought he could gain the upper hand by relying on his sword cultivator's ability in fights of magical powers, but he didn't expect that these people weren't mediocre. He knew Kwang Zhu and Yi Jingwen were strong, but he didn't expect that the new female cultivator from Xianqing School would also be so strong. These three people's realms were higher than theirs, so even if sword cultivators were strong in fights of magical powers, their odds of winning were still pitifully small. Kwang Zhu cast an indifferent glance at Yi Jingwen. If you want to kill, then just do it. It'll save me the trouble of looking at you. Yi Jingwen smiled and gently cupped his hands towards him. He then turned his head to look at Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange returned his gaze with a smile. The two of them each took out their flying swords or magic tools, exuding killing intent. Chapter 132. When Kwang Zhu saw the two of them brimming with killing intent, he retreated. Together with Zhanbai, he stood in front of Xiaoguzi and Xiaozue to protect them. Right after that, he used moving shadows and brought the two aura-refining cultivators to the entrance of the main hall. Upon seeing this, the smiles on Yi Jingwen and Mo Tiange's faces grew wider. Senior Marshal Brother Kwang Zhu solved Xiaoguzi's and Xiaozue's worries and even sealed their escape route. What else did they have to worry about? In contrast, the expressions of the Gujin sect cultivators were even more unsightly. Unexpectedly, Kwang Zhu seemed to feel that he hadn't dealt enough damage to their morale. Indifferently and elegantly, he said something that should have been full of killing intent, "We'll send them on their way sooner or later, so we better hurry up." Right after he finished speaking, an impatient early-stage foundation building cultivator from Gujin sect shouted, "Don't go too far." Then he rushed towards Kwang Zhu with bloodshot eyes. When that early-stage foundation building cultivator rushed towards them, Wan Honggan shouted, "Lay the formation." But in the end, he was still one step too late. An early-stage foundation building cultivator against a late-stage foundation building cultivator, that cultivator naturally didn't have any chance of winning. Even when the sword light, which was almost solid, was about to pierce Kwang Zhu's head, it was wrapped up by a powdery substance scattered by Kwang Zhu's casual wave of his sleeve. The fact that the seemingly thin pink mist could block the flying sword as if it was solid was already shocking enough. Now, it actually entangled the sword that was fused with the sword cultivator's divine sense like thorns. Not only the Gujin sect cultivators, but even Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen were also quite astonished. Because of Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen's surprise, the Gujin sect cultivators who were subconsciously laying the sword formation were about to finish. Kwang Zhu's calm and elegant voice said, "I'll help you lay it for a while." His voice still lingered in the air when that early-stage foundation building cultivator crashed into the almost complete sword formation like a kite with a broken string, dragging a thin layer of powder behind him. When the other middle-stage foundation building cultivator from Gujin sect saw his fellow disciple crashing into him, he naturally reached out to catch him and easily caught him. However, no one noticed that the powder also attached itself to that cultivator's body. Kuang Zhu's action naturally reminded Yi Jingwen and Imo Tiange, who were somewhat distracted. Imo Tiange hastily controlled the shuttle of flying Apsara to collide with another early-stage foundation building cultivator who was standing on the star position of the sword formation. That cultivator naturally didn't dare to take this collision head-on, so he had no choice but to give up the star position he managed to stand on after much difficulty. Moreover, he was also injured by the flying needles Imo Tiange shot during the chaos. Wan Honggan was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Since he couldn't lay a formation, he could only attack them one by one. Thinking that since they were both middle-stage foundation building cultivators, the female cultivator would naturally be easier to deal with, Wan Honggan used two of his fingers to swipe the blade of his sword. A streak of dark red blood seeped into his sword. At the same time, Wan Honggan switched his sword-wielding hand to his injured left hand. Right after that, numerous flying blades formed from sword aura flew towards Imo Tiange, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Senior Martial Brother Wan, you. The youngest early-stage foundation building cultivator from Gujin sect was greatly alarmed. Imo Tiange was very vigilant towards these unusual blood blades. The white silk handkerchief hovering above her head quickly formed a brick wall in front of her. Unexpectedly, the blood blades at the edge of the brick wall bypassed the brick wall and went straight towards Imo Tiange. Imo Tiange retreated rapidly while controlling her body-protecting true aura to expand. Unexpectedly, her body-protecting true aura only slightly slowed down the speed of the blood blades. Two of the blood blades, which she couldn't dodge in time, pierced Imo Tiange's left shoulder and calf with 2 slashes. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Wan Honggan grinned malevolently. Xiao Gaiji, if you want to live today, you have to risk your life first. Do you still think you can escape unscathed? Upon hearing Wan Honggan's words, the young cultivator named Xiao Gaiji also injured himself as a sacrifice to the sword just like Wan Honggan. When the 3 Gujin sect cultivators who were fighting with Yi Jingwen saw this movement, they also cooperated and injured themselves as a sacrifice to the sword just like Wan Honggan. For a moment, the blood blades danced chaotically. Yi Jingwen and Imo Tiange were suppressed to the point where they couldn't control the situation. As for the 5 people from Gujin sect, they relied on the blood blades to open a path and once again tried to lay a formation. A sneer appeared on the corners of Kuang Zhu's mouth. After pushing his hand away, he took out the bottle of medicinal pills he had been fiddling with before the battle. He poured out several bluish-green pills, then raised his hand and threw them towards the center of the battlefield. The people from Gujin sect naturally dodged in panic, but Imo Tiange and Yi Jingwen, who were being attacked, weren't so lucky. Since it was already too late to dodge, the two of them had no choice but to take this attack head-on. Unexpectedly, the pills turned into a mist the moment they came into contact with their protective true aura. The mist then flowed along the blood aura that overflowed from their wounds during the fight and entered their wounds. Imo Tiange and Yi Jingwen were startled by the coolness that entered their bodies. When they looked again, their wounds were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Kuang Zhu threw the pills, he didn't stop. The green mist swirled around the battlefield and the blood blades disappeared in an instant. The Gujin sect cultivators stared at their healed fingers in astonishment. Their fighting prowess had decreased sharply. Yi Jingwen and Imo Tiange didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time they learned medical cultivators' treatment could also be used as a means of attack. Senior Martial Brother Kuang smiled gently and said, "Today, I can be considered to have reached a higher level. Wan Hong'an's ferocious expression didn't change as he revealed a smile. This bleeding stopped just in time, so I won't thank you. Right after he finished speaking, he actually hit his own chest with his palm and spat out a mouthful of blood from his heart onto the ground in the center of the main hole. In an instant, the messy traces left on the ground by the blood blades unexpectedly squirmed as if they were alive. Wan Hong'an burst into frenzied laughter. Since I can't lay the thousand-shaped star formation, I'll let you have a taste of our Gujin sect's thousand-shaped Azura formation. Ha 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 ha. The expression of another middle-stage foundation-building cultivator from Gujin sect changed greatly. Wan Hong'an, you're crazy. You even dared to learn our sect's forbidden technique and even tricked us. The blood blades on the ground naturally weren't something Wan Hong'an could create by himself. Wan Hong'an, who clearly knew he had no way out, not only did he use his own body as a sacrifice to kill his opponent, but he also directly used his fellow disciples as blood mediums for the Thousand Shapes Azura formation. Wan Hong'an stared at the rapidly squirming bloodstains on the ground in the main hole. He laughed until his strength was almost exhausted, but he still said, "Since you can't live, follow me to hell." Ha 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 ha. The expressions of the Gujin sect cultivators changed. Before Mo Tiange could figure out what was going on, Huang Zhuqing, who was standing at the door, shouted, "Xiao Bai, Dharma Protector." In just a breath's time, the bloodstains under Wan Hong'an's feet formed a circle with him as the center. Then, with this circle as the center, they changed into words that emitted a gloomy aura and rapidly spread outwards. Huang Zhuqing, who was sitting cross-legged, pushed his palms forward. A cloud of white fog rapidly spread from where he stood towards the place where Yi Jingwen and Mo Tiange were standing. That white fog also managed to stop the spreading of the bloody words in time. When the Gujin sect cultivators saw that white fog, they acted as if they saw a life-saving straw. They wanted to rush over, but they only had enough time to rush halfway before the spreading bloody words enveloped their bodies and froze them in place. Mo Tiange watched in horror as the frozen Gujin sect cultivators' faces rapidly turned pale. The bloody words on the ground became even more vigorous and spread towards the walls of the main hall, as well as the area covered by Huang Zhuqing's white fog. Seeing senior martial brother Huang Zhuqing, who was controlling the white fog to resist the bloody words, Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen glanced at each other. They naturally knew the key at this moment was Wan Hong'an. Mo Tiange was about to take out her magic tool and give Wan Hong'an, who was laughing himself hoarse, a fatal blow when Xiao Bai shouted, "You can't." Mo Tiange looked over with a puzzled expression. Xiaoguzi poked his head out from behind senior martial brother Bai, who was guarding them. He said, "This thousand shapes Azura formation can only be slightly restrained by incorporeal objects like senior martial brother. Once it encounters a solid object, it'll use the solid object as a catalyst." Xiaoguzi paused for a moment, unable to find the right words. He could only point at the Gujin sect cultivators who were being used as blood mediators and say, "It'll become like that." Yi Jingwen also explained, "The blood ring under his feet looks like it's only on the ground, but if someone really attacks him, it'll form a pillar from the ground to resist the attack. At the same time, it'll use the attacker's catalyst as a blood mediator." Yi Jingwen then said, "The Thousand Shapes Azura formation is an extremely vicious blood-refining formation. This formation shocked the world several hundred years ago during the demonic beast war. However, because its destructive power was too great and the owner of the blood-refining formation was prone to demonization, it was listed as a forbidden technique by Gujin sect. However, Tiange, you didn't grow up in West Kunwu, so it's reasonable that you don't know about it." In such a critical situation, Yi Jingwen was still in the mood to explain that he didn't grow up in West Kunwu, so it was reasonable that he didn't know about it. This made Mo Tiange speechless. While Mo Tiange's mind was racing, she suddenly heard Yi Jingwen nagging in her ear. Tiange, you're proficient in formations. If there's an illusory beast inside the formation, you can attack. However, this place is too small, and formation discs and the like are also solid objects. What a pity. Tiange was delighted. Illusory beasts. Yi Jingwen nodded. Anything without a solid object is fine. Tiange asked again, then divine sense is also fine. Yi Jingwen smiled bitterly. Of course. However, when it comes to divine sense, sword cultivators also cultivate their divine sense while cultivating their swords. Even senior martial brother Quang, who's in the late stage of the foundation building realm, might not necessarily be able to defeat the divine sense of a middle stage foundation building sword cultivator. Tiange thought that with the soul refining art, she wouldn't be an ordinary cultivator anymore. Nevertheless, the soul refining art was Tiange's only trump card, so she naturally didn't want to expose the secret of her powerful divine sense in front of so many people. Thus, she took advantage of Yi Jingwen's previous words about being proficient in formations to say, formations can also be big or small. We might as well give it a try. Yi Jingwen didn't know much about formations, so he didn't doubt Tiange's words at all. He said happily, in that case, let's give it a try quickly. However, he didn't know that formations that could summon illusory beasts were all complicated big formations. Just the eye of the formation alone wasn't something a few people could set up. Judging from Quang Zhu's expression, Tiange knew Xiaobai and Quang Zhu wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. She didn't dare to hesitate, took out several spirit stones from her Qianquan bag, laid a metal element formation that could sense spiritual aura, and said to Yi Jingwen, Senior Martial Brother Yi, I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Yi Jingwen was very anxious. He also didn't know why laying a formation required protection, so he just nodded and agreed. Tiange quickly released her divine sense, using the soul refining art's only divine sense technique to kill the defenseless one Hong'an's primordial spirit. A primordial spirit was naturally weaker than a tyrannical body, let alone a defenseless primordial spirit. Once the soul refining art was used, it would naturally be a one-hit kill. Quang Zhu felt his body lighten. When he opened his eyes, he saw one Hong'an lying on the ground. The blood-refined characters around him also lost control and rushed towards one Hong'an's body. Quang Zhu hastily clasped his palms together. The white fog only had enough time to block several people before one Hong'an's body exploded and died. The power of a foundation-building cultivator's body explosion was so great that it actually razed the main hall of Qianmen Ridge to the ground. As for the several Gujin sect cultivators outside Quang Zhu's white fog, they didn't die directly from the Thousand Shapes Azura formation, but they also died from the formation's backlash. When the aftermath of the explosion subsided, senior martial brother Quang Zhu, with his sleeves fluttering in the wind, stood on top of the ruins. He glanced at the cultivators from other cultivation groups who rushed over but didn't say anything. Yi Jingwen and Tiange naturally wouldn't explain, but these foundation-building cultivators weren't fools. Their divine senses had been paying attention to this place, so they could roughly figure out what happened. Thousand Shapes Azura Formation. This is the Thousand Shapes Azura Formation, someone muttered to himself. However, even though he was muttering to himself, the hearing of foundation-building cultivators was sharp enough to hear him clearly. They couldn't help but turn pale. Right now, they could still feel the aftermath of the Thousand Shapes Azura Formation. Although they didn't know why the Thousand Shapes Azura Formation was activated, the fact that he was able to break the Thousand Shapes Azura Formation showed how powerful this medical cultivator, who rarely made a move, was. The several big friendly cultivation groups of Gujin sect inside Qianmen Ridge Station naturally didn't dare to rashly stick their heads out. As for the remaining Gujin sect cultivators who didn't have a single foundation building cultivator left, they were even more tight-lipped. 5 foundation building cultivators died inside Qianmen Ridge Station all of a sudden. Even under normal circumstances, this wasn't something that could be glossed over with just a few words. Moreover, after the demonic beast war, Gujin sect also lost a large number of foundation building cultivators. Coupled with the 2 early-stage foundation building cultivators Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen killed outside the station, Gujin sect actually lost 7 foundation building cultivators in this internal strife. When this matter was spread to the sect head of Gujin sect was furious. He actually didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles straight to Qianmen Ridge Station, wanting to behead Kuang Zhu and the others who were directly involved in this matter. Among the 6 people in the room, 4 were foundation building cultivators and 2 were aura refining cultivators. We'd better leave quickly. If this matter spreads out, their Gujin sect cultivators will definitely rush over here. At that time, we'll be in trouble. That won't do. Big brother, we've already alarmed the core formation grandmaster. How can we escape? Then what should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for them to kill us, can we? Even if we want to run, we can't. The 4 foundation building cultivators didn't say a word, while the 2 aura refining cultivators chattered. Zhaoguzi and Xiaozui argued for a long time, but neither of them could convince the other. In the end, the 2 of them squatted on the side and compared their eyesight. Kuang Zhu swept his gaze over them and said, I've already informed the sect head about this matter, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. Zhaoguzi and Xiaozui turned their heads at the same time and widened their eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? They argued for a long time until their mouths were dry from all the talking. Kuang Zhu lightly answered, You didn't ask. The 2 of them were speechless and both snorted angrily. The 2 children were so angry that they stopped talking. Zhang Bai looked at them helplessly, then turned to Kuang Zhu. Senior Marshal Brother, how will the sect head handle this matter? Kuang Zhu held a cup of tea and said, I called you here to talk about this matter. Yi Jingwen put down his tea and said, Senior Marshal Brother Kuang, Junior Marshal Brother Zhan, this matter started because of me, so you don't need to feel embarrassed. Just tell me directly. Before he made the killing move, he already thought about the consequences. No matter what, the sect head would protect their disciples, so in the end, it would still become a showdown between the 2 groups. In this demonic beast riot, every cultivation group suffered heavy losses, and Gujin sect's strength was also greatly damaged. Although Xianqing School also lost a lot of foundation building disciples, it still retained its basic strength because it sealed off the mountain. Between the 2 groups, Xianqing School still won. Besides, Grandmaster Jinghe had a murderous temperament and was extremely protective of his disciples. If he found out his Clear Spring Peak disciples did this kind of thing, he would definitely clap his hands and laugh heartily instead of punishing them. With Grandmaster Jinghe's protection, what was there for him to be afraid of? Nevertheless, Kuang Zhu said faintly, No, I think it's better if you don't say it directly. Yi Jingwen was puzzled. Why? Kuang Zhu's gaze circled around the scene and finally landed on Mo Tiange, who was quietly drinking tea. We might as well push this matter onto Junior Marshal Sister Mo. Once he said that, not only were Mo Tiange, Yi Jingwen, and Zhan Bai stunned, but even Zhaoguzi and Xiaozui, who were squatting angrily, raised their heads. Yi Jingwen blurted out again, Why? Kuang Zhu didn't answer and just lowered his head to drink his tea. Mo Tiange, on the other hand, quickly calmed down and nodded. Okay. Yi Jingwen was even more surprised and turned to Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange smiled and said softly, Big brother Yi, have you forgotten my identity in the school? Yi Jingwen was stunned, but then he suddenly understood. You mean, Junior Marshal Sister Mo is Grandmaster Jinghe's registered disciple? Kuang Zhu took over the conversation. What Junior Marshal Brother Yi said just now is very reasonable, but for the same reason, it's more appropriate for junior martial sister Mo to come forward. Grandmaster Jinghe indeed had that kind of temperament. However, Yi Jingwen and Mo Tiange, on the other hand, were separated by a layer. Since Mo Tiange was Grandmaster Jinghe's registered disciple, it was reasonable for Grandmaster Jinghe to come forward. Even if Grandmaster Jinghe didn't come forward, Martial Uncle Xianin, who had the most seniority in Clear Spring Peak, would come forward. That way, not only would the others be safe, but Mo Tiange wouldn't necessarily have any mishaps. After thinking about all this, Yi Jingwen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This senior martial brother Kuang Zhu looks cold, indifferent, and aloof from worldly affairs, but his mind is so meticulous and his vision is also so sinister. Thinking about this, Yi Jingwen suddenly felt a chill on his back. Isn't this the same as scheming against a nascent soul grandmaster? Although he sensed Yi Jingwen's strange gaze, Kuang Zhu's expression was still calm. Mo Tiange, on the other hand, pondered for a moment then said, that being the case, we might as well go all the way. We'll just say they wanted to kill me and rob me of my treasures. Moreover, they even harbored improper thoughts and didn't let me off after they failed. Senior Martial Brother Kuang Zhu, does this mean I can get some benefits from Grandmaster Jinghe? Yi Jingwen felt even colder on his back. Based on Grandmaster Jinghe's temperament, if his disciple was plotted against but was able to counterattack and kill the plotters, not only would he not blame her, but he would also reward her greatly. Mo Tiange chuckled softly, then turned towards Yi Jingwen and said, Big brother Yi, if I get any benefits, I naturally won't keep them to myself. Before Yi Jingwen could answer, he heard Kuang Zhu's voice, then what about us? Mo Tiange's gaze fell on Zai Guzi and Xiaozui's sparkling eyes in the corner. She smiled and said, of course we'll get both. Yi Jingwen was drenched in a cold sweat. He thought he was vicious and merciless, but he never expected these people to be much bolder than him. Not only did they want to scheme against a nascent soul grandmaster, but they also wanted to divide the spoils in advance. Kuang Zhu smiled and took out a summoning talisman. In that case, I'll have to thank Junior Martial Sister Mo's generosity in advance. The sect head replied that Grandmaster Jinghe is already on his way here. Chapter 133. Mo Tiange withdrew her aura and breath, ended her cultivation, and opened her eyes. Divine sense was born from one's primordial spirit. If one didn't deliberately cultivate it, one's primordial spirit would slowly strengthen along with one's cultivation level. The divine sense of a person with a high cultivation level would naturally be powerful. If one's cultivation level reached the core formation or nascent soul realm, their divine sense could also cause harm. However, this kind of harm was produced with the spiritual aura pressure. It was extremely effective against low-level cultivators, but it had no effect on cultivators in the same realm. However, the first layer of the soul-refining art could cause fatal harm to cultivators in the same realm. On the other hand, the second layer of the soul-refining art allowed the cultivator to exert pressure on cultivators of the same cultivation realm. If this was the case, her opponent would be constantly suppressed in a battle of magical powers. Even if they were extremely powerful, they would only be able to display 60 to 70% of their full strength. After experiencing the power of the soul-refining art, her cultivation focus now shifted to the soul-refining art. After going through the 5 spirits body cultivation method, her meridians were tough and her spiritual aura was stable, so she wouldn't be possessed by the devil again. Cultivating this art was many times faster than others, so it would be a loss if she didn't cultivate it. In the past 2 years in the virtual sky world, Mo Tiange had finished cultivating the first layer of this art and could use her divine sense to attack. Now, she was starting to cultivate the second layer. If she completed the second layer, she would be able to directly exert pressure on other people's divine senses, which would allow her to seize the initiative in fights of magical powers. At the same time, the second layer of the soul-refining art could also make her resist the spiritual aura pressure of high-level cultivators. However, Gujin sect people probably came very quickly. The second layer of the soul-refining art had just started, so it probably wouldn't have any effect in this fight. As soon as Mo Tiange finished thinking, she felt a furious spiritual aura pressure filling the entire sky above Qianmen Ridge. Mo Tiange's whole body trembled. This was at least a middle-stage core formation cultivator. Had Gujin sect people already arrived? She summoned the white silk handkerchief and flew to the sky outside the house. There, she saw a middle-aged sword cultivator wearing Gujin sect clothes standing on top of the gate of Qianmen Ridge Station with a long sword on his back. At the same time, Senior Marshal Brother Quang Zhu flew towards the gate of Qianmen Ridge Station on an ever-changing white cloud. Upon seeing this, Mo Tiange hurriedly rode the white silk handkerchief to approach the gate. Aside from Yi Jingwen and Zhan Bai, the other foundation building cultivators of Xianqing School also approached Quang Zhu. The other cultivators of the 7 major sects watched from afar. Quang Zhu stopped in front of Qianmen Ridge's main gate. He cupped his fists and said, "Reverend Lu Feng has come from afar, please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Reverend Lu Feng suppressed his anger and asked, "You are Quang Zhu?" Facing Daoist Master Liu Feng's question, which was filled with pressure and anger, Quang Zhu answered calmly, "Yes, I am." "Since that's the case, hand over the other accomplices who murdered the 7 foundation building cultivators of my Gujin sect." Quang Zhu showed a faint smile. It seemed that Daoist Master Lu Feng had come to handle this matter in his capacity as the sect master. Thereupon, he said, "No murder has occurred in Qianmen Ridge Station. May I know who the accomplice is that sect master Du is referring to?" Mo Tiange, who was standing on the side, was extremely astonished. Gujin sect head actually came here in person. Apparently, today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. Daoist Master Lu Feng was furious. My Gujin sect had 7 foundation building cultivators in total in Qianmen Ridge Station. My sect's disciples personally saw Wan Hongan and the other 4 foundation building cultivators perish right after they entered the main hall. The whereabouts of the other 2 foundation building cultivators are also unknown. Manager Quang, how are you going to explain this matter to my Gujin sect? Quang Zhu still looked calm and elegant. Presumably, Gujin sect's disciples didn't report this matter clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to explain it to them. Then Quang Zhu pointed at the main hall that had been razed to the ground and said, "This place used to be the main hall. Daoist Master Lu Feng, may I ask if you can sense what happened here?" The blood-refined aura of the Thousand Shapes Azura formation wouldn't completely disperse in less than 3 to 5 months, so Daoist Master Liu Feng's expression changed after just a sweep of his divine sense. Quang Zhu stopped smiling and asked, "If it weren't for my magic tool, which happened to be able to stop the Thousand Shapes Azura formation from taking shape, and if it weren't for my junior martial sister who was good at arranging formations and using the formation's illusory beasts to kill the culprit, Wan Hongan, inside the formation, sect head Du wouldn't have been able to collect the corpses of the other disciples of Gujin sect, let alone denouncing me." Before Daoist Master Lu Feng could answer, Quang Zhu continued, "The disciples who launched the Thousand Shapes Azura formation seem to be regarded as Gujin sect traitors. Sect head Du, may I ask, during this chaotic demonic beast war, what should the disciples of the 7 great cultivation groups do when they appear in Kunwu Alliance's station? Not to mention that launching the Thousand Shapes Azura formation required at least 3 blood mediums. Even if the formation master was lucky enough to survive, he would become a devil cultivator and his cultivation level would be greatly reduced. This formation was completely a formation that would perish together with the enemy." However, Quang Zhu didn't talk about why Gujin sect's disciples launched the Thousand Shapes Azura formation. Instead, he directly pointed to what happened after the Thousand Shapes Azura formation was launched. No matter how much Daoist Master Lu Feng reprimanded him, Guangzhou had already pushed the dead disciples of Gujin sect to the opposite side of everyone in Qianmen Ridge Station, so Daoist Master Lu Feng couldn't make things difficult for him. Daoist Master Liu Feng's face turned from red to white, then from white to green. In the end, he said indignantly, "You killed all the foundation-building disciples of my Gujin sect who participated in this matter, so you naturally wanted to silence them. I don't know what despicable method you used to actually lure my Gujin sect's disciples into using the Thousand Shapes Azura formation, but I won't be confused by your lies. Since I can't explain it clearly, I might as well fight." Once he said that, all the foundation-building disciples of Xianqing School took out their magic tools. Guangzhou was the only one who remained calm. Not to mention that it was Sect Head Du's disciples who broke the rules. Does Sect Head Du plan to kill all the disciples of the 7 great cultivation groups in Qianmen Ridge? Just as Daoist Master Lu Feng was about to say something, a magnificent voice accompanied by a frightening spiritual aura pressure came from afar. "Sect Head Du, you might as well kill me too." The nervous-looking Xianqing School disciples were instantly overjoyed. Some of them even shouted, "It's Grandmaster Jinghe." Before their shouts died down, a cloud chariot, surrounded by 8 foundation-building female cultivators wearing cloud-colored clothes and holding palace lanterns, was heading towards the gate of Qianmen Ridge Station at lightning speed. This ostentatious style of a fatuous ruler was naturally none other than Xianqing School's Lord Daoist Jinghe. After the incident, the 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talismans from both sides were sent at almost the same time. Compared to Xianqing School, Gujin sect was a bit further away from Qianmen Ridge, so Lord Daoist Jinghe should have set off right after he received the sound-transmitting talisman, but he only arrived now. Presumably, the speed of the cloud chariot was hindered by those female cultivators. Guangzhou's usually calm face seemed to be a bit gloomy as he watched the cloud chariot leisurely moving under the escort of female cultivators. The magnificent cloud chariot paid no attention to these people's gazes. The 8 female cultivators beside the cloud chariot were presumably also experienced people. They actually put away their palace lanterns with smiles on their faces and took out identical flower baskets from their qiankun bags. Under everyone's gazes, they scattered fragrant flower petals from the air as if they were performing. When the flower petals completely covered the ground, the cloud chariot slowly landed on the ground. Everyone watched as 2 maids pulled up the gold-painted curtain in front of the cloud chariot. A middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a king's robe, full of nobility, was sitting inside the cloud chariot, casually glancing at the people in front of him. Some people might have thought this cloud chariot was too ostentatious before, but now that they saw the master of the cloud chariot, they felt this ostentatious display wasn't excessive at all. In the end, Lord Daoist Jinghe stared at Master Lu Feng, who looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and smiled amiably. "Your Gujin sect advocates the supremacy of force, but our Xianqing school is a Dao school. Dao schools naturally have to be reasonable." All the Xianqing school disciples were greatly embarrassed. "Our Dao is the Dao of unity with the heavenly Dao, it's the Dao of balance. What does this have to do with reason? Besides, this Grandmaster Jinghe has always been a bloodthirsty person. When has he ever been reasonable?" Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't wait for Master Lu Feng to answer. He turned to Yi Jingwen and said, "Jingwen brat, it'd be better if you tell me the whole story. I can also properly reason with Sect Head Du." Yi Jingwen first glanced at Guangzhou. Guangzhou nodded. Yi Jingwen then looked at Tiange. Tiange said, "Big brother Yi, just tell me the truth." Yi Jingwen naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to tell the truth, so he could only optimize the story they discussed. He cupped his hands and said, "Grandmaster, this matter has to start from when Junior Marshal Sister Mo arrived at Qianmen Ridge Station." Lord Daoist Jinghe said carelessly, "There's no harm in telling me the details. A few days ago, Junior Marshal Sister Mo, who went missing during the battle at Danding School, finally recovered from her injuries and found our Tianmen Ridge station. Senior Marshal Brother Kwang arranged a place for Junior Marshal Sister Mo to rest and then assigned her a mission to leave the station. Because Junior Marshal Sister Mo was new here and the demonic beast war in the past 2 years caused a lot of changes, Junior Marshal Sister Mo decided to take a look around after she accepted the mission. Because of what happened that year, most people in the station didn't know Junior Marshal Sister Mo. Moreover, I was also carrying out a mission outside and hadn't returned yet, so Junior Marshal Sister Mo had no choice but to leave the station alone. One Hongan from Gujin sect took advantage of this, so he and 2 other early-stage foundation-building disciples from Gujin sect followed Junior Marshal Sister Mo out of the station with ill intentions. That day, I finished my mission and happened to be returning from outside the station. When I was about to reach the station, I suddenly sensed some people ganging up on Xianqing school cultivators. When I arrived, One Hongan and the others from Gujin sect bullied the Major General and surrounded Junior Marshal Sister Mo. At first, Yi Jingwen still felt a bit guilty because he was lying, but now, because he was the one who was involved and Mo Tiange was merely his name, he was furious. Therefore, the more he spoke, the more vivid and the more resentful he became. He vividly described the ugliness of those people who wanted to molest Junior Marshal Sister Mo then kill her to seize her treasures. On the other side, Mo Tiange, whose head was hanging lower and lower, thought, Senior Marshal Brother Yi, these people who were ganged up on and beaten up like this have nothing to do with me. When he saw that everyone in the hall was starting to look angry, Yi Jingwen promptly adjusted the plot to the part where Mo Tiange fought back and, with his assistance, launched a desperate struggle against several cultivators from Gujin sect. Furthermore, One Hongan even sacrificed his fellow disciple and escaped back to their station. Yi Jingwen also clearly explained the matter of One Hongan sacrificing his fellow disciple and escaping back to their station. When he reached this point, Lord Daoist Jinghe's face was already filled with anger. According to Yi Jingwen's story, the several cultivators from Gujin sect who died in the main hall would probably also be portrayed as heinous criminals. Kuang Zhu was still quite afraid this grandmaster of his would start a massacre, so he interrupted Yi Jingwen and said, I'll explain what happened next. Everyone heard Kuang Zhu's calm and elegant voice continue. After 2 of his fellow disciples died, this One Hongan came back and instigated several other Gujin sect disciples to come to the main hall and frame Junior Marshal Sister Mo. He even proposed that if Junior Marshal Sister Mo married him, he'd take responsibility for the deaths of his 2 fellow disciples in front of the elders of Gujin sect. Junior Marshal Sister Mo was surrounded outside the station by him before, so she had a deep understanding of this person's maliciousness, so she naturally wouldn't believe his words. I believe everyone in Tianmen Ridge Station should also know that Wan Hongan's temperament isn't righteous. After his true colors were exposed by Junior Marshal Sister Mo, the Senior Marshal Brothers of Gujin sect naturally wouldn't help him when he abandoned his fellow disciples. This person saw that the matter was exposed and the deaths of his 2 fellow disciples would also be blamed on him, so he launched the 1,000 Shapes Azura formation, intending to kill us and the Senior Marshal Brothers of Gujin sect in the main hall. When we just entered the main hall, several Senior Marshal Brothers of Gujin sect were too impulsive and started a small fight with us. One Hongan plotted to use them as blood mediums. If it wasn't because my medicinal cloud just happened to have the effect of preventing the Azura formation from taking shape, Tianmen Ridge Station would have been filled with resentful souls. It's just a pity that those Senior Marshal Brothers of Gujin sect died unjustly. Kuang Zhu heaved a long sigh, sounding very regretful. Ultimately, Yi Jingwen didn't plan on letting Wan Hongan go from the beginning, and Kuang Zhu wasn't a soft-hearted person either, so he deliberately used his words to infuriate the foundation-building cultivators of Gujin sect. However, the other cultivators of Gujin sect who died in the main hall did indeed die rather unjustly, so Kuang Zhu's words could be considered to have cleared their names. Lord Daoish Jinghe, who'd always been irascible, let out a cold humph after he heard the whole story. He raised his hand and blasted a big hole in the main hall that was razed to the ground by Wan Hong'an's explosion. The remaining power greatly shocked everyone present. Some of the aura-refining disciples with slightly weaker cultivations even had blood trickling down the corners of their mouths. At the same time, Lord Daoish Jinghe said furiously, "Is my, Lord Daoish Jinghe's, last disciple someone you can casually take liberties with?" Mo Tiange raised her head in astonishment. She quickly glanced at Lord Daoish Jinghe, then looked at Yi Jingwen. Yi Jingwen also looked at Mo Tiange with astonishment written all over his face. Although he already knew Mo Tiange was Lord Daoish Jinghe's registered disciple, the difference between last disciple and registered disciple was like the difference between heaven and earth. Registered disciples would at most pay attention to them when they remembered. Although they naturally had more benefits than ordinary disciples, they lacked a proper master to take care of them, so their cultivation path would be much more difficult. Becoming a last disciple wasn't as simple as becoming an official disciple. Most of the last disciples were also direct disciples because they felt it was enough to have such a disciple. The master would naturally focus on teaching the last disciple and would naturally give them all kinds of good things. With Lord Daoish Jinghe's words, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Mo Tiange had reached the sky in a single bound. At that moment, Lord Daoish Jinghe was facing the sect head of Gujin sect. He released his spiritual aura pressure and said angrily, "You actually wanted to use people's lives to force me to marry a female disciple of my sect. Even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough. Since the person is already dead, I won't start killing today. However, in the end, it's your Gujin sect that isn't strict. Du Lu Feng, go back and tell old Daoist Fuling that if he doesn't want me to kill my way to your sect, he has to give me a good explanation." Once he finished speaking, Lord Daoist Jinghe turned around and looked at Mo Tiange sternly. He called out, "Tiange." Although Mo Tiange was still shocked, she wouldn't hope this Lord Daoist could dispel her doubts in front of everyone. She hurriedly lowered her head and answered, "Disciple is here. This kind of unscrupulous and shameless person should die a quick death. 2 years ago, you even dared to lure a 5th-ranked demonic beast by yourself, but you actually didn't dare to kill this kind of scoundrel on the spot. As my disciple, you're really shameful. Today, you should follow me back to the mountain for closed-door meditation." Although Lord Daoish Jinghe spoke harshly, he actually said, "Can't," as, "don't dare." Moreover, he used the 5th-ranked demonic beast as a bait, making people easily believe that Gujin sect was being overbearing because Xianqing school was being lenient. Compared to Yi Jingwen's cumbersome narration, Lord Daoish Jinghe's words were more convincing, and he was even more skillful in acting like a rogue. Soon after, Lord Daoish Jinghe reprimanded Yi Jingwen. "Yi Jingwen, you've been away from the mountain for some time, but you actually haven't made any progress. It's time for you to go back and listen to your master's teachings." After he finished speaking, he grabbed Mo Tiange and Mo Tiange into the cloud carriage. When the cloud carriage slowly rose into the sky, Lord Daoish Jinghe sneered and said, "This matter has been explained clearly, but sect head Du and your fellow martial brothers still haven't arrived. Presumably, they won't be able to make it. If sect head Du doesn't want to collect their corpses, you should hurry back to rescue them." Upon hearing what he said, Master Daoist Liufeng's expression changed greatly. He originally thought the bloodthirsty Lord Daoish Jinghe actually said something like, "I won't start a massacre today," and thought the heavens were looking after him. Who would have thought that Lord Daoish Jinghe had already vented his anger on the way here? They originally came to deal with the foundation building cultivators. If they lost a few core formation cultivators' lives because of this, Gujin sect would probably end up as miserable as Danding School, whose foundation was destroyed by demonic beasts. Master Daoist Lufeng naturally didn't dare to linger. By the time Lord Daoist Jinghe finished speaking, he was already gone. After the cloud carriage rose into the sky, Lord Daoist Jinghe once again shouted, "Guangzhu." Guangzhu hurriedly answered, "Disciple is here. I'll give this to you as a reward. If those ignorant people from Gujin sect come looking for us again, beat them up and kick them out. You can't be lenient." The female cultivator next to the cloud carriage took a medicine bowl from the carriage, then stepped on a flower basket and floated to Guangzhu's side. After presenting the medicine bowl to Guangzhu, she gracefully flew back to the side of the cloud carriage. Lord Daoist Jinghe's voice, which no longer contained any anger, came from inside the cloud carriage. This bowl is called the Heaven Mixing Bowl, and the medicinal pestle inside it is called the Earth-Splitting Pestle. One for offense and the other for defense, they complement each other, and they can even strengthen the medicinal properties of spiritual plants. It's most suitable for you. Right after that, the female cultivator next to the cloud carriage took a dress from inside the carriage. Lord Daoist Jinghe said from inside the cloud carriage, "This 100 fragrances gorgeous dress is for your family Xiaobai. A girl should look like a girl. Is it interesting to dress like a man all day long? This lord hates this kind of thing the most." All the Xianqing school disciples widened their eyes when they heard what he said. In an instant, Zhanbai became the focus of everyone's attention. This time, everyone saw senior martial brother Guangzhu's face, which had always been calm and collected, darkened. The female cultivator next to the cloud carriage gave the 100 fragrances gorgeous dress to Zhanbai, then left Qianmen Ridge Station with Lord Daoist Jinghe's cloud carriage. All the Xianqing school disciples watched as Grandmaster Jinghe left. They then turned their heads to look at Zhanbai again, but then they heard senior martial brother Guangzhu, who wasn't very quiet, roar, "What are you looking at? All of you, go back." He then pulled Zhanbai away. Chapter 134. Mo Tiange stood inside the carriage, listening to the whistling sound of the wind. She kept her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart, standing motionlessly and obediently. Yi Jingwen had also practiced this set of etiquette to the point of perfection, so he didn't make the slightest mistake. The two of them were like statues, perfectly embodying the image of obedient good disciples. Lord Daoist Jinghe stared at the two of them for a while. Seeing as neither of them had any intention of taking the initiative to explain anything, he slowly took out a cup of steaming hot tea. Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't know where he got this tea in his flying cloud carriage. Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen didn't make a sound, and Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't say anything either. There was only the steaming tea in the cloud carriage. Aside from the sound of Lord Daoist Jinghe drinking tea, there was no other sound. Lord Daoist Jinghe only breathed a sigh of contentment when the cup of tea was finished and threw it outside. Mo Tiange immediately thought that if there happened to be a cultivator below, would his head be smashed? But when she heard Grandmaster Jinghe's voice in the next second, she immediately collected her scattered thoughts. "I say." Lord Daoist Jinghe leaned against the back of the chair and stared at the two of them indifferently. "Do you really think I'm someone you can fool?" Although he didn't release his spiritual aura pressure, a drop of cold sweat dripped from Yi Jingwen's forehead. He knelt down and said, "Grand disciple is incompetent. Please forgive us, Grandmaster." Mo Tiange's alarm clock was still full of Lord Daoist Jinghe's words about last disciple just now. She was still having some random thoughts, so she didn't think about this at all. However, when she saw Yi Jingwen's reaction, she immediately reacted and also knelt down with clenched teeth. Lord Daoist Jinghe snorted softly, then suddenly roared at the two kneeling people, "Little brats. Do you think I don't know anything? You really have guts. Not only did you kill 7 foundation building cultivators in one go, but you also hoped that I, your Grandmaster, would help you solve this matter. But now, you actually want to take advantage of me, your Grandmaster. As he roared angrily, the spiritual aura pressure of a nascent soul cultivator spread. Mo Tiange, who was originally reluctant, felt her whole body couldn't move when this spiritual aura pressure touched her. She was firmly pressed to the ground. Moreover, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and the spiritual energy in his body was surging. He was actually unable to control it. However, in the next moment, they heard Lord Daoist Jinghe's light voice again. But in the end, you're my disciple, Lord Daoist Jinghe. How could I let people come knocking on my door at will? His tone was full of complacency and complacency. Mo Tiange was stunned. This. What kind of play is this? She thought even though Lord Daoist Jinghe was proud of himself, he'd still publicly reprimand them then give them rewards. She never expected him to be so direct. Yi Jingwen was the first to react. He immediately said, Grandmaster is right. Grand Disciple also thinks so. These Gujin sect cultivators were really shameless, how could they let them bully them? However, we also can't let those old men of Gujin sect ruin Grandmaster's reputation, so Grand Disciples and the others decided to act on their own. These words made Mo Tiange sweat once again. She had just realized Big Brother Yi was quite long-winded, but she never knew Yi Jingwen could actually be so flowery. Not only did he push all the blame away, but he also made it sound like they were thinking about Grandmaster. Lord Daoist Jinghe, on the other hand, enjoyed it very much. He laughed heartily while stroking his short beard. Not bad, not bad. You're quite clever. Although I know you're not telling the truth, I like you, so I won't argue with you. Yi Jingwen heaved a sigh of relief, and Mo Tiange's body also felt lighter. He had finally passed this stage, but the two of them shuddered again. They saw Lord Daoist Jinghe looking at them with a profound gaze. This matter of yours is to my liking, but you're too daring. In order to stop others from talking, from today onwards, you'll be in seclusion at Clear Spring Peak for 10 years. Within 10 years, you're not allowed to go out without orders. Do you hear me? They weren't allowed to leave Mount Taikong for 10 years, so under Grandmaster Jinghe's protection, outsiders naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Grandmaster Jinghe was deliberately letting them off. Both Mo Tiange and Yi Jingwen were delighted. They glanced at each other then prostrated on the ground with sincerity. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yes. Lord Daoist Jinghe's eyes were still closed, but he raised one of his eyes and cast a glance at Mo Tiange. Why are you still calling me Grandmaster? Mo Tiange was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. What's wrong with that? Lord Daoist Jinghe snorted. Do you think my words are all farts? Since you're my last disciple, you naturally don't need to address me like that. Ha! Mo Tiange was really dumbfounded this time. She just thought Grandmaster Jinghe said it as a stopgap measure for other people to hear. Did he really think she was his last disciple? What, huh? Lord Daoist Jinghe glanced at her. His words were full of intimidation. Don't tell me you still don't want to be my disciple. Mo Tiange blinked. Before she could come back to her senses, Yi Jingwen bumped into her and whispered, Why are you in a daze? Quickly kowtow. Mo Tiange kowtowed in panic. Disciple. Disciple kowtows in salute to master. What was this? She had seen deification cultivators before, so she wouldn't be scared to death by Grandmaster Jinghe. However, she really couldn't adapt to the way this Grandmaster handled things, and Lord Daoist Jinghe nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. Master is very unhappy now, so there's no master-disciple ceremony. Do you have any objections? No. Did she dare to have any objections? She was merely a foundation-building cultivator without any foundation, yet she could be accepted as the last disciple of a middle-stage, nascent soul cultivator. What kind of glory was that? Even core formation cultivators would fight to the death for it. How could she have any objections? She was just a bit worried. This Grandmaster had a strange character and wasn't easy to get along with. Mo Tianga's heart was in turmoil. Before she could figure out what was going on, she heard Lord Daoist Jinghe's humph. At that moment, Mo Tianga and Yi Jingwen trembled, feeling a strong spiritual aura pressure. Mo Tianga was now very experienced. As soon as this spiritual aura pressure appeared, she knew it should be the spiritual aura pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. Another nascent soul cultivator actually appeared. At that moment, Lord Daoist Jinghe raised the corners of his lips and snorted coldly. You want to pressure me with this little trick? With a wave of his sleeve, a barrier appeared out of thin air, protecting the cloud carriage so that not even a drop of water could leak through. Right after that, he clasped his hands together, and an astonishing momentum appeared. Unexpectedly, Mo Tianga and Yi Jingwen were still in the foundation building realm inside the carriage, and they were also very close to Lord Daoist Jinghe. Once Lord Daoist Jinghe used this move, the two of them instantly vomited blood and fainted inside the carriage. Lord Daoist Jinghe frowned. This was the first time his carriage encountered an enemy with someone inside, so he actually overlooked this point. Lord Daoist Jinghe muttered in a very bad mood, really useless. Right after he said that, he stopped the cloud carriage, lifted the gold-lined curtain, and went out. When Mo Tianga woke up, she felt as if her body was trapped in a cloud. She couldn't exert force in any part of her body, she couldn't even open her eyes, and her meridians were also aching faintly. Just as Mo Tianga was about to move, she heard a woman's voice saying softly, "Martial Uncle Mo, this is Grandmaster's Wenyang Pool. Just now, we encountered an enemy on the road, and Grandmaster accidentally injured you. When Grandmaster came back, he brought you here and told us to take good care of you. Martial Uncle, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Mo Tianga thought to herself, my whole body feels uncomfortable, but it's hard for me to even speak. Soon after, another woman's voice said, Mengzhu, Martial Uncle woke up. Help Martial Uncle take the medicinal pills Grandmaster left behind. Mo Tianga felt someone passing a medicinal pill to her lips. It took her a lot of effort to open her mouth, but she found she didn't even have the strength to swallow. The previous woman said, Martial Uncle, I'm sorry. Then someone pinched her lower jaw and forced the medicinal pill into her body. Once the medicinal pill entered her body, its medicinal power spread along her meridians, and her aching meridians felt a lot more comfortable. However, the medicinal effect couldn't be compared to the medicinal herbs gathered by the Inferno beast in the virtual sky world. Mo Tianga frowned. While she was doing her best to absorb the medicinal power, she felt extremely unlucky. In the battle of demonic beasts, she had to provoke a 5th-ranked demonic beast. If it wasn't for her 5 spirits cultivation body in her virtual sky world, she would have died a long time ago. She finally healed with great difficulty and met up with her fellow disciples, but then she encountered Big Brother Yi being ganged up on. Because of this incident, she was accepted as an advanced inner disciple by a nascent soul grandmaster. Who would have thought that before the title of advanced inner disciple could warm up, she would be seriously injured by her own master? How many advanced inner disciples in this world would be seriously injured by their own master right after they accepted him as a disciple? In all of West Kunwu, Mo Tianga was probably the only one who was a weirdo. She really didn't know what kind of fate she had. After thinking about this, Mo Tianga finally felt she had some strength. She struggled to ask, is Big Brother Yi alright? Martial Uncle, Senior Martial Brother Yi has been taken back to Clear Spring Peak by Martial Uncle Qingyuan to heal his injuries. Grandmaster has already given him medicinal pills, so presumably, he should be fine. Given. You're obviously the one who injured him, yet you still gave him. Emotianga felt very helpless when she felt the circle of people surrounding her. If she was still a registered disciple, she would have definitely been left to fend for herself. That way, she could enter the virtual sky world to heal her injuries. Whether it was medicinal plants or spiritual aura, it was many times better than the rewards bestowed by this master. With this thought in mind, Emotianga felt a lot better. In all of West Kunwu, she was probably the only one who dared to disdain the rewards bestowed by a middle-stage, nascent soul master. However, Big Brother Yi was probably in a miserable state this time. Not to mention the damage to his meridians, his cultivation level might even regress. She didn't know whether she was the one who got him into trouble or whether she was the one who got into trouble with him. As she thought up to this point, Emotianga suddenly remembered another matter. Why are you guys fine? Emotianga remembered that the several female cultivators outside the cloud carriage were also in the foundation building realm like her. How could they still have the ability to take care of her when she and Yi Jingwen were seriously injured? Reporting to Uncle Master, the 8 of us are protected by the formation that comes with the cloud carriage, so no matter how earth-shattering the battle between Grandmaster and others is, it won't affect us. However, Grandmaster is usually the only one in the cloud carriage, and Uncle Master and Senior Brother Yi are close to each other. That's why we're implicated. Before Emotianga could slander them, she heard the female voice say, riding in the same carriage with Grandmaster is such a rare honor. If word of this spread, countless fellow disciples would be envious of us. Moreover, Grandmaster really didn't do it on purpose, so I hope Martial Uncle won't take it to heart. Emotianga thought to herself, you guys ride the same carriage every day, but I don't see how many people would be envious of you. However, she heard a slightly sarcastic female voice say, Senior Martial Sister Mengzhu, I'm afraid it's not up to you to explain whether Martial Uncle takes it to heart or not. Such an impolite tone made Emotianga a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? At that moment, the female cultivator called Mengzhu changed her gentle tone and snorted coldly. I'm talking to Martial Uncle Mo. Why do you need to interrupt? The female cultivator who ridiculed Mengzhu became even more annoyed when she heard her reply. She sneered and said, Grandmaster told us to serve Martial Uncle Mo together, not just Senior Martial Sister. Why can't I interrupt? Junior Martial Sister Rulin. Mingzhu's voice suddenly became a lot stricter. Are you the Senior Martial Sister or am I the Senior Martial Sister? Rulin paused for a moment then said reluctantly, of course you're the Senior Martial Sister. Mingzhu's slightly arrogant voice once again returned. Since I'm the Senior Martial Sister, it's naturally up to me to speak. After she said that, the scene became quiet for a while. The woman called Rulin once again said angrily, even if you're the Senior Martial Sister now, so what? Who Grandmaster likes doesn't depend on the ranking. After listening up to this point, Emotianga finally understood. Could this be the legendary fight for a man's affection? Thinking about that unreliable Grandmaster Jinghe, he was now her master, as well as these beautiful female cultivators who were probably no more than 100 years old, she felt a chill run down her spine. Dao schools promoted purity of heart and few desires. Although dual cultivation was prohibited, very few of them liked to take concubines. Could it be that her new master was an exception? Mengzhu, Rulin, these names were really vulgar. Grandmaster Jinghe, who considered himself to be extraordinary, noble, and graceful, actually liked this kind of name. Would there be a plum or a chrysanthemum next? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Mengzhu call out, Shuangju, what's with your expression? Emotianga almost vomited blood. Unfortunately, she didn't have any strength now. She could only keep a distorted expression on her face while doing her best to absorb the medicinal power so that she could regain control of her body as soon as possible. At the same time, she continued to listen to these female cultivators' verbal attacks. Senior Marshal Sister Mengzhu, I didn't say anything. Shuangju's voice was cold. It seemed she didn't want to get involved. Mengzhu sneered. You didn't say anything, but it's written all over your face. Shuangju didn't answer and remained silent for a while. Roland laughed contemptuously and said, Senior Marshal Sister Mengzhu, in terms of ranking, you're not the eldest. Why did you have to bully Shuangju? When did I bully her? Unconvinced, Mengzhu argued, I only asked her a question. What does she mean by ignoring me? Enough. Once Roland spoke, the female cultivator who rarely spoke said in a dignified manner, if I don't speak, you'll really think I'm just a decoration. What's the use of arguing about this? Grandmaster told us to take care of Marshal Uncle Mo. Aren't you afraid Marshal Uncle Mo will take offense at your words? Once she said that, everyone became silent for a while. Shuangju said, Senior Marshal Sister Mame, don't be angry. We'll stop talking. But right after she said that, Roland continued to say, Senior Marshal Sister Mame, you're so attentive in taking care of Marshal Uncle Mo. Don't tell me you want to use Marshal Uncle Mo to curry favor with Grandmaster. I'm just afraid you've miscalculated. Upon hearing that, Mo Tiange felt even more helpless. These people quarreled in front of her. Although they called her Marshal Uncle, they didn't show any respect. Weren't they just bullying her because she was a foundation-building cultivator? Lord Daoist Jinghe's way of controlling his subordinates really wasn't good. Chapter 135. After soaking in the Wenyang pool for a long time, Mo Tiange finally had the strength to open her eyes. She looked around and finally saw the appearance of the Wenyang pool clearly. It was a pool made of irregularly shaped warm jade. The water in the pool was milky white and emitted the smell of medicine she was already used to. The place where the pool was located was built to look like a high platform. The steps and the floor were all made of white jade and were decorated with carvings and paintings. It looked extremely luxurious. Gauze curtains were hung all around. When the wind blew, the gauze curtains would fly and countless petals would fall from the sky. The high platform was surrounded by a boundless sea of clouds. The whole platform looked like it was floating in the clouds. Mo Tiange didn't know where the Wenyang pool was built. While she was still lost in her thoughts, a maid called out in surprise, Marshal Uncle Mo, you're awake. Mo Tiange turned around and saw 4 building realm female cultivators standing behind her. All of them were beautiful and gentle. Presumably, they were Meilon, Zhu Ju, and Zhu Ju who were serving her while bickering. The one who asked the question was Mengzhu, who was the most talkative. Mo Tiange only nodded. Can I come out now? Mame answered, since Marshal Uncle can move, you can naturally come out. Mo Tiange was about to get up when she suddenly realized she was naked. She couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and asked, where are my clothes? Meilon, Zhu Ju, and Zhu Ju separated. 2 of them were clearly holding long towels and the other 2 were holding clothes. It seemed they were going to serve her. Mo Tiange thought for a moment. They were all women, so she didn't act bashful anymore. When she came out of the pool, one of the 4 maids held her hair, one wiped her body, and the other 2 helped her dress. She didn't even need to move a finger to put on her clothes. Mo Tiange suddenly remembered a story she once read in the secular world. It said that in the distant past era, there was a dynasty that almost unified the celestial pole. That dynasty's emperor doted on a concubine, and the concubine liked to bathe in a hot spring. A poet wrote a long poem about this story. There was a line in the poem, in the cold of spring, she was bestowed a bath in the Huaqing pool. The hot spring water was smooth and congealed. The maid helped her up, delicate and powerless. It was the time when she had just received the Emperor's grace. Emotianga subconsciously thought up to this point, and she suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. Even if Lord Daoist Jinghe behaved like an incapable ruler, she was his disciple, not that hapless concubine. They were completely unrelated. Emotianga shook off her uneasiness, then turned around and asked, "Should I go see Master now?" "Yes," Meng Zhu replied. "Martial Ant, please step onto the lotus platform." It was only then that Emotianga saw a floating lotus seat next to the high platform. She stepped onto the lotus platform, and the lotus platform slowly moved before slowly sinking down. Only now did she see clearly that this high platform was actually floating in midair. The lotus platform was slowly descending. Although it had nothing to rely on, it was steadily carrying her to the clear spring peak. Several breaths later, Emotianga set foot on Clear Spring Peak. The lotus platform once again slowly rose to the sky. Emotianga watched as the lotus seat flew away. She then looked up and saw that this was Lord Daoist Jinghe's Immortal's cave, which she once visited. Upon seeing her coming down from the lotus throne, the foundation building disciple guarding the door immediately walked towards her and greeted her enthusiastically. "Are you Martial Uncle Emo?" Emotianga nodded. These people were really quick-witted. She had just become an advanced inner disciple from a registered disciple, yet the way they addressed her changed completely. The disciple immediately smiled and said, "Grand Master told me that there's no need to report Martial Uncle Mo's arrival. Martial Uncle can go in now." Emotianga showed him a faint smile. "Thank you." While the disciple repeatedly said, "I don't dare," Emotianga stepped into the main hall. "Your injuries healed really fast. It's only been a few days, but you're already able to come out." Emotianga heard a voice before she even entered the hall. Emotianga looked up and saw Lord Daoist Jinghe sitting inside. She promptly knelt to greet him. "Disciple greets Master. Thank you for your trouble." Lord Daoist Jinghe waved his hand indifferently and said, "It's fine as long as you're still alive." How could she have any respect for this newly appointed master? "All right, get up. I'm not a master who treats disciples harshly, so you don't have to kneel at every turn. Just sit." Upon hearing this voice, Emotianga's face twitched, but she still stood up and obediently answered, "Yes." Lord Daoist Jinghe watched as she picked a chair and sat down. His gaze moved back and forth on her body. Sometimes, he stroked his short beard in contemplation, and sometimes, he stared at her and muttered to himself. Emotianga felt a bit restless under his gaze. "Is there a problem?" Lord Daoist Jinghe suddenly clapped his hands. "Right. Why didn't I think of that?" As he spoke, he turned to Emotianga. "Since you're my official disciple, I'll grant you a new Immortal's cave." Xiuqin. The female cultivator standing next to him answered, "Yes." "Take her to Mingxin residence." "Yes, Grand Master." The female cultivator bowed then said to Emotianga, "Martial Uncle Emo, please follow me." "Oh." Emotianga saluted Grand Master Jinghe again then followed the female cultivator out of the side door. Lord Daoist Jinghe's Immortal's cave could almost be called an imperial palace, but it was a palace built inside a mountain. Inside, there were countless pavilions, terraces, and strange plants everywhere. Emotianga had never seen such a gorgeous and extravagant Immortal's cave, so she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even cultivators were different. There were those who cultivated painstakingly, and there were also people like Lord Daoist Jinghe who loved to enjoy life. If mortals saw this Immortal's cave, they'd definitely think it was a paradise, right? She passed through the moon door, walked through the veranda, and finally went around to a small courtyard. This small courtyard was completely different from other buildings. Although it was made of jade steps and stone walls, it was very simple. Aside from the necessities, there were no luxurious decorations. There were 5 small rooms in a row. The maid named Shuqin introduced them one by one. Marshal Uncle Mo, there's a small hall in the middle where you can receive guests. This is a cultivation room, this is a concocting room, this is a tool refining room, this is a resting room. Also, if you have spiritual beasts, you can build a nest outside. This medicinal field was originally planted by Marshal Uncle Shojing, but it'll be yours in the future. Mo Tiange was dumbfounded. Who originally lived here? The maid answered with a smile, this was Marshal Uncle Shojing's childhood residence. It was only after he formed his gold core that Grandmaster gave him another Immortal's cave. Mo Tiange looked around. The pond in front of the house and the medicinal field behind the house didn't need to use moonstones because they brought in sunlight. She stepped into the small hall and saw a simple mahogany table and chairs by the wall. Aside from the tea set on the table, there was nothing else, not even a plaything. Mo Tiange originally thought the things here were taken away by the original owner, but when she walked around to the cultivation room, she saw 2 bookshelves by the wall, filled with books, jade slips, and other old things. Shuqin explained, after Marshal Uncle Shojing moved away, he didn't take these things with him. Then, should we move now? Shuqin paused. Let me report this to Grandmaster first. The 2 of them walked out of the cultivation room and saw a female cultivator walking in. She bowed to Mo Tiange and said, Marshal Uncle Mo, Grandmaster ordered me to deliver a message. Mo Tiange nodded. Please speak. The maid said, Grandmaster said from now on, this place will belong to Marshal Uncle. You don't need to report any items here, you can use them yourself. In addition, after Marshal Uncle stays here, you don't need to see Grandmaster anymore. You can cultivate with peace of mind. If Grandmaster has something to do, he'll summon Marshal Uncle. Such a long message could be summed up in 4 words, live and die on your own. Mo Tiange naturally didn't expect Lord Daoist Jinghe to attach great importance to her, so she didn't feel disappointed. She just nodded and said, I understand. Thank Grandmaster on my behalf. The maid once again bowed lightly and retreated. Shuqin looked at the direction the maid left in and said with a smile, Congratulations, Marshal Uncle. Marshal Uncle Shojing left a lot of good things here. From now on, they'll belong to Marshal Uncle. Mo Tiange didn't answer. She just asked, I want to tidy up the things in the original Immortal's cave. Can I go out? Of course, Shuqin said. Shuqin said, Marshal Uncle, please come with me. We always take this path when we leave the Immortal's cave. Marshal Uncle, just recognize the way and be at ease in the future. The 2 of them walked through many twists and turns before they came out of a side hall. Shuqin said to the gatekeeping disciple, This is Marshal Uncle Mo. From now on, she'll live here. The gatekeeping disciple was also a foundation-building cultivator. Upon hearing what Shuqin said, he didn't dare to neglect her and saluted Mo Tiange. Marshal Uncle Mo Tiange had been called that for several days, so she was already used to it. She no longer nervously returned the salute like she did in the beginning. She just nodded naturally and asked, I'm going out for a while. Is that okay? The gatekeeping disciple said, Since Marshal Uncle lives here, you can naturally go in and out at will. Mo Tiange turned towards Shuqin and said, I'm going to tidy up the Immortal's cave. You don't need to accompany me anymore. Shuqin bowed and answered, yes. Mo Tiange then left Lord Daoist Jinghe's Immortal's cave and walked towards her former small Immortal's cave. At the same time, inside Lord Daoist Jinghe's main hall, this little girl. She's really different now. Did you say her meridians were transformed by that deification cultivator? Lord Daoist Jinghe turned towards the youth sitting in the chair. She nodded with a wooden expression. With spiritual roots of the origin and the art of the origin, this girl's innate talent can be said to not be inferior to any genius cultivator. On the contrary, I should rejoice that I accepted her as my disciple. In time, advancing to the nascent soul realm won't be a problem for her. At that time, our Clear Spring Peak will have more than 3 nascent soul cultivators. How? Halfway through his laughter, Lord Daoist Jinghe noticed that she didn't react at all. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Isn't that something to be happy about?" She finally moved. He stood up and said tiredly, "I'll go back first." His reaction surprised Lord Daoist Jinghe. "Wait. Could it be that your injuries haven't healed yet?" "They've healed a long time ago." "Then what's the meaning of your dead face?" "It's nothing." "As if it's nothing." Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't believe him in the slightest. "Brat. Have your wings grown hard? You actually dared to give me, your master, an unpleasant look. Tell me, what do you want?" She said helplessly, "I'll go back and cultivate, all right." "Cultivate again." Lord Daoist Jinghe shouted, "You just came out of closed-door meditation, what's there to cultivate for?" "I just want to form my nascent soul as soon as possible." His words surprised Lord Daoist Jinghe. "Why are you in a hurry to form your nascent soul? Didn't you say that deification cultivator also gave you a lot of benefits that would make it a lot easier for you to form your nascent soul? That being the case, why are you in a hurry?" At that moment, she curled up the corners of his lips and snorted softly. "Benefits? You beat me half to death first, then gave me benefits. You call that a reward? You probably don't know the feeling of powerlessness in front of absolute strength, right?" After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the cave, leaving Lord Daoist Jinghe in a daze for a long time, muttering to himself, "This brat is serious." Chapter 136. What are you trying to do by hiding her identity? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for taking your life. She was silent for a long time before he said softly, "If I didn't hide her identity, she wouldn't have stayed at Xianqing School." "Stayed at Xianqing School?" Zhong Muling was a bit surprised and asked seriously, "What do you want her to do if she stays at Xianqing School?" She showed a bitter smile and answered bluntly, "What can she do if she doesn't stay at Xianqing School?" Zhong Muling was dumbfounded. He naturally understood the meaning behind Qi's words. How long could an aura-refining cultivator with a special constitution and no backing live in the cultivation world? But when he thought about it again, he realized there was another meaning to Qi's words. If Mo Gu didn't stay at Xianqing School, this brat naturally couldn't do anything. He softened his tone a bit and said, "So, you're doing this out of kindness." This time, she didn't answer his question. After a long time, he finally said, "Senior, do you know about the matter between me and her father?" Mo Tienge had told him about this matter. Zhong Muling snorted. "I heard about it." Shi smiled and said, "There are some things she doesn't know. Presumably, Senior also doesn't know." He paused for a moment, then said slowly, "More than 20 years ago, before her father died, he helped me escape and told me to take care of his wife and daughter, but he promised me one thing." Zhong Muling was stunned. "What thing?" She said slowly, word by word, "I'll be the one in charge of dual cultivation with this woman in the future." After he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Suddenly, there was a spiritual aura fluctuation. Zhong Muling silently appeared in front of him with a livid expression. "You'll be the one in charge." He shook his sleeves and released his spiritual pressure. Shi fell to the ground again, suffering more injuries on top of his previous injuries. Zhong Muling's expression darkened. "You mean her father promised her to you?" Shi was seriously injured, but he smiled and didn't lower his head. If Senior wants to understand it that way, it's fine. What about you? What do you think? Me? Qin wiped the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth and sat up. Before her second uncle passed away, I promised that if she wasn't willing, I wouldn't force her. Zhong Muling no longer said anything. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. Sometimes, a fierce expression flashed across his face, and other times, it calmed down. He stared fixedly at Qin's pale, bloodless face. Qin didn't look at him, but he was also fearless. His expression was calm. Ling. There was another spiritual aura fluctuation inside the hut. Yuan Bao suddenly appeared. He stared at Qin with great interest, then said to Zhong Muling, "Don't you think dual cultivation is a good idea?" Zhong Muling glowered at him with an unpleasant expression. Ingot spread his hands and said innocently, "All right, dual cultivation isn't a good idea. However, this brat has the yang spiritual bead and has 2 metal and fire spiritual roots, so his yang aura is extremely strong. He's not a bad choice to be Tiange's human furnace." Once she said that, Qin's expression changed. He raised his head and stared at the 2 people. Zhong Muling's expression softened. He muttered to himself for a while, then slowly nodded. "What you said does make sense." The 2 of them then looked down at Qin as if they were examining whether he was qualified or not. The spiritual aura inside Qin's body surged. Anger attacked his heart and he suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Yuan Bao clicked his tongue and crouched down to grab Qin's hand. His surging spiritual aura rushed into Qin's body. "It's not good to be a human furnace this week. Ling, let me train this brat, okay?" He has the yang spiritual bead inside his body, so he's not far from having a pure yang constitution. He's actually suitable to learn from me. Zhong Muling snorted, then flicked his sleeve and disappeared from the hut. "If you like him, then take him." "Why are you asking me?" ****, human furnace. Qin softly muttered these 2 words and opened his eyes. In his entire life, he had never been humiliated like this. He knew that although those 2 people seriously injured him, they also gave him a lot of benefits. Even if they didn't owe him anything, it couldn't be considered a grudge. It was just that he couldn't swallow this humiliation. Human furnace. They actually wanted him to be a human furnace. Ever since he was a child, he practiced Taoist mental cultivation techniques and had never thought about using a human furnace. However, he never expected that one day, someone would actually want him to be a human furnace. Closing his eyes, Qin calmed himself down. Ever since he came to Mount Taikong when he was 8 years old, he had never experienced such emotional fluctuations. He had a nascent soul grandmaster, and his cultivation was fast, so no one dared to give him a hard time. Even if he went out alone, he was resourceful enough to protect himself. In those few short days, that deification cultivator called Yuan Bao taught him a set of incantations and fed him a lot of strange things. Some of them made him feel so much pain that he wished he was dead, but some of them made his cultivation level increase rapidly, almost tormenting him to the point where he was half dead. Before he left, Yuan Bao told him with a grin that he had to form his nascent soul as soon as possible so that he could be a good human furnace. Thinking up to this point, Qin once again clasped his palms and pursed his lips. Human furnace. He couldn't even say these words to his master, so he could only bury this secret in his heart. The incantations Yuan Bao gave him allowed him to get closer and closer to having a pure yang constitution. Many of the thresholds for realm breakthroughs would become easier and easier for him. This was naturally a huge benefit for him. If he didn't do anything excessive, he wouldn't return kindness with enmity. However, those words not only made him feel humiliated, but he also worried. If those two people really prepared to become his human furnace after he advanced, what should he do? He didn't hate Emotianga, and he didn't deny that he once had such thoughts, but that was only for a moment. He hadn't reached the great Tao yet, so his heart couldn't hold other things. Dual cultivation also wasn't within his scope of consideration. However, this kind of thing happened, making him feel extremely embarrassed when he faced her. This kind of embarrassment had nothing to do with her, but he didn't want to face her. He thought for a long time about how to solve this problem. If he practiced the incantations, his pure yang aura would become more and more abundant until it was infinitely close to a pure yang constitution. Then, he would be more suitable to become their human furnace. However, if he didn't practice, his cultivation speed wouldn't be so fast. He might even be trapped in the nascent soul realm for the rest of his life, unable to advance to the deification realm. Therefore, in the end, he decided not only to practice, but also to advance quickly. He had to advance to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible and then advance to the deification realm. Only after he advanced to the deification realm and took control of his own fate could he erase this taste of humiliation. After taking a deep breath, Qin stood up and walked out of the cave. His injuries were completely healed, and his cultivation level had also made progress in the past 2 years. In a few days, he would be ready to advance to the late stage of the core formation realm. He thought he was very confident that he could advance to the peak stage of the core formation realm in another 20 to 30 years, then he could attempt to form his nascent soul. In this way, he was 143 years old now, so it was very possible for him to form his nascent soul in 200 years. As for after that, he didn't know how many years it would take. His master advanced to the nascent soul realm when he was 400 years old, and he was now more than 800 years old. He had been stuck in the nascent soul realm for more than 400 years, but he was still in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm and still couldn't touch the threshold of the late stage. His aptitude was only slightly worse than his master's. It was only because he had the yang spiritual bead and had no distractions that he could have such a cultivation level. If he advanced to the nascent soul realm, he probably wouldn't have any advantage. He was absent-mindedly thinking along the way when he suddenly heard movement in front of him. His footsteps stopped and he was startled. This place is Tianga, congratulations. Grandmaster accepted you as an official disciple so quickly. I'm really envious. Wrong, I should call you Martial Uncle. Mo Tianga talked to Luo Fengshua while tidying up the things in the cave. Hearing what she said, she couldn't help but smile. Senior Martial Sister Luo, you calling me Martial Uncle really makes me nervous. Why are you nervous? Luo Fengshua said matter-of-factly, you're Grandmaster's official disciple, so you naturally have to call me Martial Uncle. You shouldn't call me Senior Martial Sister anymore. I can't afford to call you that now, and it wouldn't be good if other people heard it. Then, alright, Fengshua. Upon hearing this form of address, Luo Fengshua smiled. I didn't expect you to call me by my name until today. Martial Uncle Mo, in fact, you're the most vigilant person. Luo Fengshua's tone was teasing, but it made Mo Tianga blush. Luo Fengshua was right. Mo Tianga just didn't want to be too close to other people, so she was reluctant to call her by her name. However, Luo Fengshua always treated her with sincerity. In fact, Mo Tianga felt sorry for Luo Fengshua. Fengshua, that's enough, you don't need to explain. Luo Fengshua smiled and said, I understand. You've experienced many ups and downs in the past, so you're always wary of others. If you weren't brought back by Martial Uncle Shoujing and accepted as Grandmaster's disciple, I also wouldn't have treated you sincerely. Mo Tianga felt a bit better after hearing what Luo Fengshua said, so she smiled and said, alright, Fengshua, I won't live here anymore. I'll leave the medicinal fields to you. In the future, if new people move in, it's up to you whether you want to move them or not. Alright. You're Grandmaster's official disciple now, and the spiritual plants we bought from Danding School last time are still in my hands. I won't be polite and will take them all. You won't object, right? Mo Tiange couldn't help but laugh. Of course. I'm an elder now, so I naturally can't bicker with the younger generation. Ha! You adapted to your identity quite quickly, but now you're already putting on the airs of an elder. Humph. In any case, I've taken advantage of you, so I won't fight with you over this title. The two of them chatted for a while before Luo Fengxue took Mo Tiange to see Master Daoist Xianin. During the Great Battle 2 years ago, both Luo Fengxue and Wei Jiaxi were injured. Wei Jiaxi's injuries were more serious, so she was still recuperating. Luo Fengxue, on the other hand, was already much better. She even received medicinal pills and other things as a reward from the school. As for Han Qingyu, she was injured recently and was still in closed-door meditation to recuperate. Therefore, when Mo Tiange returned, she only saw Luo Fengxue. As they approached the cave, Mo Tiange saw that the disciple guarding the entrance immediately came to greet them. Greetings to Martial Uncle Mo, Senior Martial Sister Luo. Mo Tiange was a bit astonished. Had the matter of her being accepted as an official disciple already spread throughout Clear Spring Peak? Luo Fengxue whispered to her, as soon as Grandmaster returned, he said you dared to face a 5th-rank demonic beast by yourself during the demonic beast battle and didn't let down Xianqing School's prestige. Therefore, he announced that he accepted you as an official disciple. So that was the case. No wonder the disciple guarding the entrance changed the way he addressed her. When Mo Tiange entered the cave's hall, Master Daoist Xianin was meditating with his eyes closed. Luo Fengxue called out, Master. Master Daoist Xianin opened his eyes. His gaze swept over them before it finally fell on Mo Tiange. Tiange, are you all right? Mo Tiange stepped forward and solemnly saluted him. Martial Uncle Xianin, I'm fine. Thank you for worrying about me. Master Daoist Xianin stroked his long beard and said with a smile, since you've been accepted as an official disciple by Master, you don't need to call me Martial Uncle anymore. You can just call me Senior Martial Brother. Yes. Mo Tiange changed the way she addressed him. Senior Martial Brother Xianin, Tiange doesn't dare to forget the several years of teaching you. I have to leave today, so I especially came to express my gratitude. This child. Master Daoist Xianin stared at her with a loving gaze. She disappeared for 2 years and built her foundation in 2 years. Honestly speaking, he taught her for no more than 3 years. However, although they weren't master and disciple in name, they were actually master and disciple. Tiange, since you've become Master's disciple, you must cultivate diligently in the future and mustn't let down Master's prestige. Do you understand? I'll sincerely follow Senior Martial Brother Xuanin's instructions. You and I will have many opportunities to meet in the future, so you don't need to feel sad. Go. Yes. Mo Tiange thanked him solemnly, then retreated with Luo Fengxue. All right, Fengxue, I'm going back to my cave. If you have nothing to do in the future, you can come to see me. Luo Fengxue smiled and stepped forward to hug her. I understand. Although she said that, she understood that they would have fewer opportunities to meet in the future. How could she go to Grandmaster Jinghe's cave often? After saying goodbye to Luo Fengxue, Mo Tiange turned around and saw someone standing not far from her with an unhappy expression on his face. It was Qin Shi. They hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years since they parted at Luoyan Cliff. When he came out of Zhong Muling's virtual sky world, Qin Shi's expression was very unsightly. Now, the way he looked at her was also indescribably complicated. He seemed to be reminiscing about her, but his gaze was alienated. His attitude was cold, and his expression was conflicted. Mo Tiange stopped. Her feelings were also indescribably complicated. Should I go and ask him about him? She felt unwilling for a moment, but she also felt that she shouldn't care. In the end, she finally walked towards Qin Shi with a smile on her face. But the next moment, Qin Shi lowered his gaze, turned around, and walked away without hesitation. She was stunned on the spot. It wasn't that he didn't see her walk past him, he just didn't want to greet her. She felt stuffy in her heart. She couldn't tell whether it was anger or stuffiness. Tiange. Mo Tiange turned around and saw Luo Fengxue looking at her in surprise. She must have seen what happened just now. Mo Tiange took a deep breath and smiled at Luo Fengxue. It's nothing. I'm going back. Okay. Luo Fengxue answered hesitantly. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't say anything about the so-called senior martial brother Qin. After all, Tiange was her martial uncle now. As an outsider, she really didn't need to meddle in this matter. After returning to her new cave, Mo Tiange sat in the small living room for a while. Every grass, every tree, every table, and every chair in this cave were left by someone else. It seemed to be full of the past that didn't belong to her. Its former owner might have been sitting here, holding a teacup, talking to someone, or just meditating just like her. He also used to meditate in the cultivation room and read those books. His handwriting could still be seen on the papers. The pill concocting room, pill concocting tools, the lounge. Everything had his traces. In the end, she smiled, stood up, took a deep breath, and put all the things in the room into an empty storage bag. Whether it was the tables, chairs, or books, none of them belonged to her, so she might as well replace them all. Martial Uncle Mo. A cry of surprise came into her ears. Mo Tiange glanced around and saw two female cultivators standing at the door, looking at her with great astonishment. What's wrong? Do you need something? She asked expressionlessly. What are you doing? Tidying up my cave. Mo Tiange glanced at them coldly. What's wrong? Didn't you say everything in this cave belongs to me? Can't I use it even if I want to? The two female cultivators stared at her helplessly. That being said, they never expected this martial Uncle Mo would throw away all of martial Uncle Shoujing's things. Chapter 137. Lord Daoist Jinghe's Immortal's cave was called Shangqing Palace. When Mo Tiange saw it, she was surprised. She thought it would be called Myriad Flowers Palace or 100 Fragrances Palace or something like that. She didn't expect it to be called such a normal name. In this palace, aside from Lord Daoist Jinghe, there were only her and 16 maids. These maids were all foundation-building female cultivators in the school. Their spiritual roots were ordinary, so they weren't qualified to be accepted by core formation cultivators. Therefore, they volunteered to be the maids of a nascent soul grandmaster, hoping to get some pointers. Lord Daoist Jinghe wasn't a stingy person. As his maids, they could indeed often get pointers and rewards from him. In the beginning, these maids might really have come for the advancement of their cultivation levels. However, they had been serving a man for a long time. This man had a high cultivation level, a good appearance, and a good demeanor, so they unwittingly became delusional and jealous. During her days in Wenyang Pond, Mo Tiange was used to seeing Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Chrysanthemum bickering, so she didn't think much of it. Now that she was in Shangqing Palace, she realized that bickering among them was really nothing. These 16 maids were named Mei, Lan, Zhu, Qin, Qi, Hua, Chen, Xia, Qiu, Dong, Yu, Shui, Feng, Shuang. The names were all given by Lord Daoist Jinghe, so they were extremely cliché. According to the standard of these names, this immortal's cave was actually called Shangqing Palace, which really surprised Imo Tiange. Her Mingxin residence was relatively close to the residences of Qin, Qi, Hua, and Shuqin. These four maids were called Shuqin, Qingqi, Xianshu, and Daihua. These names were a bit more elegant than Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, but the way they interacted with each other was even worse than Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Moreover, because her cultivation level was almost the same as theirs, these maids didn't serve her sincerely. Although they called her martial uncle and never disobeyed her, their speech and behavior gradually lost respect. So far, Imo Tiange laid a 5-spirit formation around her small cave and only told them to send summoning talismans outside the cave to minimize the chance of contact. Since she blocked these maids outside the cave and Lord Daoist Jinghe left her to fend for herself, Imo Tiange was finally able to enter the virtual sky world and continue her cultivation. With the Sino art of the origin, her cultivation progress was extremely fast. She only needed to cultivate for 6 hours a day, and she would be able to achieve the same results as before. Nevertheless, Imo Tiange wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Every day, she would cultivate for 6 hours. Once she achieved the same results as before, she would stop. That was because she knew her cultivation level was forcibly raised to the middle stage of the foundation building realm, so her temperament and realm weren't stable yet. If she impatiently sought quick results, her temperament wouldn't be enough when the time came and she would most likely fail to form her gold core. She would have to turn back and continue on this path, so it was better to walk slowly now and firmly lay a solid foundation. Because she had forcibly suppressed her cultivation speed, she had also slowed down the pace of her soul-refining art. Any art used in fights of magical power had to be based on mental cultivation techniques, and the soul-refining art was the same. She was only in the middle stage of the foundation-building realm now. Although her primordial spirit and meridians were different from those of ordinary foundation-building cultivators, she couldn't ignore her cultivation level. If her cultivation level wasn't high enough, the soul-refining art would eventually backfire on her. Therefore, Imo Tiange devoted the remaining 12 hours to other skills. Array formations, alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, medicine, and mechanisms. The so-called mechanism technique was one of the more unique techniques. According to legend, in the distant ancient times, the school of Imo once appeared in the human world. Their Grand Master, Moz, was skilled in craftsmanship and could use wood, fine iron, and other materials to create extremely powerful mechanisms. One of them could fight against 100 enemies, and they could even attack cities and plunder lands. In the immortal cultivation world, this was naturally a small skill that was not worth mentioning. However, the immortal cultivation world also had its own mechanism technique. Puppets made from various spiritual objects and crystals could also obtain the same power as human cultivators. Unfortunately, after Imo Tiange flipped through the books on mechanism technique, she found these puppets needed something called crystals to be activated. Now that crystals couldn't be found, it was no wonder the mechanism technique was also lost. Cultivating, farming, and practicing skills, the days passed by just like that. Imo Tiange holed up in this small immortal's cave, but the more she learned, the more fascinated she became. She didn't even see other people. She didn't know how much time had passed in this kind of lonely but not lonely life, but her nominal master finally remembered her. Imo Tiange sat on the chair, still looking down and letting Lord Daoist Jinghe examine her without raising her eyes. Lord Daoist Jinghe stared at her for a while and finally said, "Girl, you're quite smart. You actually didn't cultivate desperately and slowed down your cultivation pace. You're much smarter than that stinky brat." Stinky brat. Imo Tiange's mind raced. Who is he talking about? After saying that, Lord Daoist Jinghe lay down again. You deliberately suppress your cultivation speed every day. Are you very idle? She wasn't idle at all. But Enchanting didn't dare to say this directly, so she just nodded and looked at her nominal master very carefully. Lord Daoish Jinghe didn't care. He didn't even look at her and continued to peel grapes with his spiritual power. How about master give you something to do? This is considered an errand. Enchanting looked at him even more carefully. Lord Daoish Jinghe glanced at her, chuckled, and said cordially, "Disciple, master is thinking about you. Look at you. You still have more than 9 years to live. Locking yourself up like this doesn't seem good, does it?" "Master," Enchanting said thoughtfully, "disciple thinks it's very good. I like this kind of life very much." Lord Daoish Jinghe raised his eyebrows. "How is it very good?" "You don't need to be embarrassed. Master has already thought about it for you. I'm guessing you don't cultivate more than 10 hours every day, right? There are 24 hours in a day, and there's still half of it left. You don't need to sleep, so why are you idle? Therefore, Master thought of a way for you. I'll give you something to do." Seeing that Enchanting didn't object, Lord Daoish Jinghe immediately smiled. You're so obedient. Do you think Master will harm you? I'm telling you, aside from cultivation, there are some things that are also very important. Master won't harm you. Enchanting sighed. "Master, if you have something to say, please say it directly." Lord Daoish Jinghe immediately took out a jade slip. "You just need to follow what's written on this and finish your tasks at a fixed time every day." Enchanting doubtfully sank her divine sense into the jade slip. She suddenly wanted to vomit blood. "Collect dew at the yin hour, take care of spiritual plants at the mao hour, take care of spiritual beasts at the chin hour, go out to preach Tao at the si hour, and return at noon." Out of the remaining 14 hours, 10 hours were arranged, and most of them were done by his maids. What does this master want to do? Does he want me to run around in circles every day? Master. Enchanting's expression was a bit dark. Aren't these tasks a bit too much? Too much. Lord Daoish Jinghe said, "Back then, when Xianyin, Qingyuan, and those brats just entered the sect, they did a lot of things, but you didn't do much." Fine, disciples have the duty to serve their masters, but the problem was that masters also have the duty to teach disciples. This master never taught her, so why should she fulfill her duty as a disciple? Seeing that she didn't speak, Lord Daoish Jinghe blew his beard and glared at her. "Is there a disciple like you? I ask you to do something, yet you're so reluctant." Back then, Xianyin and the others. All right, Enchanting said helplessly, "I'll do whatever master says. Disciple will just do as you say." That's more like it. She braced herself and agreed to Lord Daoish Jinghe's orders. In fact, she had no choice but to agree. Did she dare to disobey a nascent soul cultivator? But what made her even more depressed was that even though she was already in a bad mood, the maids she took over were still giving her bad looks. Here. The maid who previously did the dew collecting task threw her the jade bottle containing the dew and the jade stick containing the dew. Her expression was cold and full of disdain. Grandmaster likes the dew before 2:45 in the morning. If it's a little later, he won't want it. In addition, they must have fragrant and clean spiritual plants. If there's a strange smell, Grandmaster will definitely fly into a rage. You do as you see fit. Enchanting took them, but she didn't feel like thanking her. She just turned around and left. However, she heard the two maids behind her talking loudly. "Mingxia, your task has been taken over by others. What are you doing?" The maid who dealt with Enchanting a moment ago said in a mocking tone, "Grandmaster has already spoken, what can I do? If there's nothing to do, then there's nothing to do." I can even have more time to cultivate. She's a disciple, and we're maids. Why did she come to steal our task? Why don't you think about what kind of person our Grandmaster is? In any case, he's a middle-stage, nascent soul cultivator. Even if a core formation cultivator kneels and begs him, he'll definitely accept her as his disciple, let alone a small foundation-building cultivator. So what if she has the title of disciple? She's still the same as us. You're right. I heard Grandmaster accepted her as his disciple because he had a conflict with another cultivation group. It was just an expedient measure. Some people don't really think they've reached the sky in a single bound. Hey, don't say it like that. A disciple is a disciple, but we're maids. If we offend her, maybe Grandmaster won't want to give us guidance anymore. By the way, Grandmaster said he's going to preach Tao to us today, right? Yes, let's not be late. Mo Tiange clenched her teeth, pretending not to see or hear. What's the point of gossip? It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh. He actually preached Tao to maids, but he didn't give her any guidance, let alone give her a master-disciple gift. After picking the dew at 2:45 in the morning, Mo Tiange rushed back to Shangqing Palace and took over the job of taking care of the spiritual plants. This time, the ones who handed over the task were Wei Yu and Qingxue of the Rain, Snow, Wind, and Frost sect. The two of them were rather straightforward. They just threw her a jade slip that classified spiritual plants, then turned around and ignored her. It took Mo Tiange almost an hour to clearly understand how to handle the various spiritual plants, but the two maids were still mocking and ridiculing her on the side. Qingxue, this hairpin of yours is pretty good. Is it a magic tool? This was bestowed to me by Grandmaster a few days ago. Master said my skin is fair, so I look the most beautiful with this fragrant green snow hairpin. If I encounter a fight of magical power, I can use it to protect myself. I also received a reward. Look at this ribbon. Grandmaster said girls should be beautiful to be pleasing to the eye. Wearing a gray sect uniform without even a hairpin on her head is too uncouth. Isn't that right? Last time when we went to Mount Tianhua, Grandmaster saw Senior Martial Sister Jean from Soul's Retreat Peak and bestowed her clothes. As maids, we have to serve Grandmaster every day, so we have to dress even more beautifully. But it's really strange. It's not like Grandmaster hasn't accepted any female disciples. Martial Uncle Sushin is also extraordinarily beautiful, so why did he accept a completely unremarkable one now? That depends on whether she can dress herself up or not. Say, she looks like that, what else can Grandmaster do? You're right. The two maids covered their mouths and giggled. Mo Tiange numbly finished pruning the branches, catching the insects, watering the plants, closing the restrictions on the medicinal garden, and leaving. When it was 7 in the morning and the sky was bright, she went to the back of the mountain behind the cave. Wearing a dusty sect uniform. Not even a hairpin on her head. Just like that. Mo Tiange let out a snort. The sect uniform of foundation building cultivators was blue with white sleeves. How was it gray? Elite disciples like Han Qingyu, Luo Fengxue, and Yi Jingwen all dressed like that. Even senior martial brother Xianyin and the others also dressed like that. Hairpin. She was combed into a Daoist bun right now, so why would she need a hairpin? Senior martial sister Sushin was also plain and clean. She even said she looked like that. Even if she didn't say she was as beautiful as a fairy, at least she was much better than them. Mo Tiange angrily walked to the spiritual beast courtyard at the back of the mountain. This time, Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua were waiting for her. As a nascent soul cultivator, Lord Daoist Jinghe had many spiritual beasts. This courtyard was full of spiritual beasts ranging from the 2nd rank to the 6th rank. Reportedly, he took care of the spiritual beasts with higher ranks. But the spiritual beasts above the 5th rank were equivalent to the core formation realm. They were only in the foundation building realm, so the 4 of them took care of them together to avoid any accidents. Marshal Uncle Mo, Grandmaster must have given you the Spiritual Beast Institute's restriction tablets a long time ago. We only have some specific methods to use them, so we'll give them to you for reference. As Shuqin spoke, she passed a jade slip to Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange calmed down a little. Finally, this group of people didn't anger her. She didn't notice that Xianchu's eyes shifted and she glanced at Daihua. The 4 maids understood tacitly, but they just stared at Mo Tiange without saying anything. Mo Tiange took the jade slip and quickly finished reading it. After all, spiritual beasts weren't spiritual plants that could be planted casually. There were only a dozen kinds of spiritual beasts in the entire spiritual beast courtyard. After she finished reading the jade slip, she went to prepare all kinds of fodder. Soon after, she used the identity tablet Lord Daoist Jinghe gave her to open the restriction at the entrance of the spiritual beast courtyard. 3 2nd-rank spiritual beasts, 3 3rd-rank spiritual beasts, 1 4th-rank spiritual beast, 2 5th-rank spiritual beasts, and 1 6th-rank spiritual beast. She put the fodder in order until she reached the 5th-rank spiritual beast. This was a 5th-rank sky-treading bull. It had huge horns and was said to have the power to step on the sky and split the earth. Mo Tiange followed the instructions on the jade slip, opened the outermost restriction and put the fodder down. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, the restriction on the inner layer suddenly flashed. In an instant, the sky-treading bull moved towards the sky. Its hind hooves rubbed against the ground and bumped into the restriction. With a flash, the restriction disappeared. When Mo Tiange heard this sound, she turned around halfway and suddenly saw the bull's horn rushing towards her. She immediately summoned the white silk handkerchief and a brick wall fell down, firmly blocking the force of the bull's horn. Soon after, she reached out to grab the white silk handkerchief that had returned to its original state. She then carried herself and ran outside. On the way, she glared fiercely at Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua, who were standing at the edge of the courtyard. These 4 people didn't ridicule her because they already planned to teach her a lesson like this. But she didn't have much time to think about it now. The sky-treading bull was chasing after her, dashing left and right, but its horn was always aimed at her. Mo Tiange had already used the white silk handkerchief to avoid the 5th-rank demonic beast's attack a long time ago. Now that she could control it more easily, she wasn't in a hurry. The sky-treading bull's power lay in its strength, but its speed wasn't very good. She used the white silk handkerchief with all her strength, so it wasn't easy to hide. However, it was also difficult to catch it. Of course, she could also run ahead with the bull and ask Lord Daoist Jinghe for help, but wouldn't that make her look very incompetent? Mo Tiange hastily retreated and a lamp appeared in her hand. The lamp flew high and shone brightly. Mo Tiange pointed with her spiritual aura and the light shone on the sky-treading bull's body. The sky-treading bull slowed down a bit. At that moment, Mo Tiange threw out several formation discs and spirit stones. Disorienting formation. The enchanting lantern, which she had never used before, was paired with the disorienting formation. In an instant, the sky-treading bull was at a loss. Its spiritual aura was indeed powerful, so the enchanting lantern and disorienting formation could only block it for a while. However, this short moment was already enough for Mo Tiange. Spiritual beasts also had divine senses. In the disorienting formation, spiritual beasts would instinctively use their divine senses to sense their surroundings, giving Mo Tiange a chance to take advantage of. Using the soul-refining art, she controlled her divine sense and ruthlessly lashed it. The sky-treading bull mooed and violently jumped up. The white silk handkerchief attacked again, but this time, it wasn't for protection. Instead, it ruthlessly smashed the sky-treading bull with a brick wall. Upon seeing the sky-treading bull falling to the ground, Mo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't have a powerful enough offensive magic tool. Only the white silk handkerchief, a magic weapon, could possibly injure the sky-treading bull. Coupled with the soul-refining art's unexpected attack, she was able to temporarily immobilize the sky-treading bull. Mo Tiange locked the sky-treading bull back into the spiritual beast compound, opened all the restrictions, then walked out of the compound. She coldly stared at Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua, who had been standing on the side from the beginning. She clearly saw that when the sky-treading bull rushed out, smiles appeared on these four people's faces. They were obviously ready to scheme against her. If she didn't have the soul-refining art and several treasures on her, as well as the several restrictions here that limited the sky-treading bull's power, she would have most likely lost half her life just now. Right now, when these four people looked at her, the mocking expressions on their faces were no longer there. Instead, they were replaced with terror. From the moment the sky-treading bull broke through the restrictions to when Mo Tiange knocked it out, only a few breaths had passed. A middle-stage foundation-building cultivator was actually able to subdue a 5th-rank spiritual beast. Although it was also because the restrictions in this place limited the sky-treading bull's power, it was still enough to shock them. They were just unconvinced, so they wanted to borrow the power of the 5th-rank spiritual beast to teach this martial uncle, who was also a foundation-building cultivator but was looked upon favorably by Grandmaster, a lesson. There were restrictions here, and the four of them were ready to attack at any time, so presumably, they wouldn't take her life. However, it was very possible that she would lose half her life. They weren't afraid of Grandmaster's anger because Grandmaster didn't like people who didn't have abilities. As long as they kept her alive, Grandmaster wouldn't blame them. But they never expected that a 5th-rank spiritual beast would actually be subdued in just a few breaths' time. Mo Tiange sneered. She held the white silk handkerchief in one hand and the shuttle of flying apsara in the other. It seems you're very unconvinced. In that case, let's fight. All of you, come at me together. I'll let you know why I'm a disciple and you're my maids. Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua originally had frightened expressions on their faces, but when they heard what she said, they looked at each other with anger in their eyes. That's right. They were unconvinced. Their aptitudes were a bit inferior, but their cultivation levels weren't weak. There were also middle-stage foundation-building cultivators among them, so why did they have to call a cultivator in the same realm as the martial uncle? Why did Grandmaster value her so much and make her familiar with everything in Enchanting Palace? Junior martial sisters, since martial uncle said so, let's play with her. Chapter 138. Except for Xuqin, who was in the middle stage of the foundation-building realm, the other maids were all in the early stage. Their aptitudes were average and they didn't have a strong backer, so they were already very lucky to be able to advance to the foundation-building realm. Even with the guidance of a nascent soul cultivator, only a few of them could advance to the middle stage. But in any case, they'd been serving nascent soul grandmasters for a long time, so they'd seen a lot of big scenes. Mo Tiange's disregard for them immediately aroused their anger. Once Xuqin finished speaking, Qingqi took out her magic tool while Xianshu and Daihua took out their flying magic tools and chose their positions. Mo Tiange raised her eyebrows. Based on their positions, they had some knowledge of fights of magical powers and weren't idiots. But so what if they weren't idiots? For foundation-building cultivators and female cultivators with no experience in fights of magical powers, they weren't worthy of her attention. The four of them stood in their positions but didn't attack immediately. They seemed to be waiting for her. Mo Tiange smiled and raised her left hand. The shuttle of flying apsara rushed toward Xuqin while she stepped on the white silk handkerchief and instantly flew away from her original position. Seeing her attack, Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua each took out their magic tools. Some were flower baskets, some were ribbons. In short, they were all beautiful things that women liked. Although Mo Tiange didn't take them seriously, she had a good habit. No matter who her opponent was, once they started fighting, she would treat them with caution. The shuttle of flying Apsara turned into a golden light and enveloped Shuqin. Shuqin raised a Rui jade, which emitted light and blocked the attack. At the same time, the other three people used their own methods to attack. Mo Tiange didn't even look at them. She waved her hand and retrieved the shuttle of flying Apsara, instantly changing her position. With this move, Mo Tiange had a rough idea of the situation. The four people's magic tools were good, but they didn't have much experience in fighting. Presumably, they didn't need to fight when they followed Lord Daoist Jinghe. Moreover, female cultivators didn't like fighting, so their knowledge of fights of magical powers probably came from Lord Daoist Jinghe's explanations. This made things a lot easier. Ever since Mo Tiange entered Kunwu, she'd experienced countless life and death battles. At first, she followed second uncle, but later, she fought on her own. The dangers she went through were beyond these four people's imagination. Battles of magical powers did not only rely on cultivation and magic tools. Sometimes, in the face of life and death, one could even rely on a flash of intuition. This was the accumulation of countless experiences. Opponents without experience were the easiest to deal with, because even if they knew what they should do at this time, they often couldn't do it. After a series of probing attacks, Mo Tiange released the Enchanting Lantern. If an experienced cultivator saw the sky-treading bull's reaction after she took out this lamp, they would know it was a hallucination-type magic weapon, and they would just retreat a certain distance away from it. Therefore, this kind of magic weapon had very little use against cultivators who were good at fights of magical powers. However, these four people didn't notice it at all. They were still focused on their own magic weapons. The enchanting lantern flew up and shone brightly. Mo Tiange condensed her aura on her fingers and guided the light to shine down slowly. Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua and Hua immediately felt their vision darken and the surrounding scenery disappeared. They were at a loss of what to do. Suddenly, a golden light appeared above Xianchu's head, instantly covering her. Ah! Hearing their companion scream, the other three were shocked. Shuqin was even more flustered. She shouted, "You dare to kill them!" What answered her was Qingqi's scream. Qingqi was fighting with a flying sword. Her flower basket had the upper hand, so she was feeling proud of herself when several flying needles silently appeared beside her and shot into her body. Next was Daihua. It was still the shuttle of flying Apsara that dealt with Daihua, but this time, it formed a square formation and trapped Daihua inside. Martial Uncle Mo. Hearing her junior martial sisters' screams one after another, Shuqin couldn't help but shout, "Even if you're Grandmaster's disciple, killing people is too much." Right after she said that, her eyes suddenly lit up. Mo Tiange, who was flying in the air, smiled coldly. "Too much. You also know I'm Master's disciple, so why do you want to take my life?" Seeing her smile, Shuqin felt cold, but she still answered, "We sisters don't want to take Martial Uncle's life. We just want to teach me a lesson, right?" Mo Tiange flung her sleeves. A seemingly substantial spiritual aura flew out and hit Qingqi, Xianshu and Daihua, who were lying on the ground. The three of them let out muffled screams, but they didn't die. Shuqin shouted, "Martial Uncle." Her voice was filled with fear and anger. She was scared because if something happened to the three of them, she, as the leader of the four, would definitely have to take responsibility. She was angry because Mo Tiange didn't even care that they were Grandmaster's maids. Mo Tiange was unmoved. She just glanced at her contemptuously, then turned around and entered the Spiritual Beasts Institute. I can't act spoiled, but you can't fight. That's all you've got. Don't be an eyesore in front of me in the future. Tianga's words were very rude, but Shuqin didn't dare to say a word. Ever since she became Grandmaster's maid, no one had ever dared to treat her so rudely. Even those core formation martial uncles were polite to her out of respect for Grandmaster. It was precisely this politeness that made her think she had some status. Now that this martial uncle Mo taught them a lesson without the slightest politeness, she finally realized that a maid would always be a maid. She carefully checked every restriction, put food and water in place, cleaned every spiritual beast room, and finally left the Spiritual Beasts Institute. Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua, and Qin were no longer here, so they must have learned their lesson. The corners of Tianga's lips curled up, thinking mockingly. Sure enough, this world couldn't tolerate people always being humble and small. If you endured, you'd be bullied instead. Only by being strong and suppressing others could you gain some respect. In Yunwu's sect, she had no background, no backer, and no cultivation level, so she had to restrain herself. Now that she was at Xianqing school, she was a nascent soul Grandmaster's advanced inner disciple and had a certain level of strength, so why should she be excessively patient? After teaching them a lesson today, those 4 women should know their place. If the others also provoked her, she'd give them a good beating. It was time to go out and give a sermon. Tianga was a bit worried when she saw what she had to do next. According to reason, as a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator, she could indeed give sermons to aura-refining disciples. However, she cultivated the path of the origin, which was completely different from the Tao of today. How could she give her sermons to Xianqing School's disciples? Even if she did, wouldn't it be useless to those disciples? With this question in mind, she ran to the main hall of Shangqing Palace. As soon as she stepped into the main hall, she saw Qin, Qi, Hua, and Qin kneeling in front of Lord Daoist Jinghe with an excited expression. What's going on? Tianga was completely puzzled. She walked forward and saluted. Master! Haha, little disciple, come here quickly. Tianga silently ignored Lord Daoist Jinghe's overly excited smile and walked towards him. Lord Daoist Jinghe called her over, but he ignored her again and turned to Qin, Qi, Hua, and Hua. How badly did she beat you? Upon hearing this, Tianga finally understood. As it turned out, those 4 women came to complain. However, judging from Lord Daoist Jinghe's expression, their complaint wasn't very successful. The one who spoke was Xianshu. She cautiously looked at Tianga and answered, except for senior martial sister Shuqin, martial uncle Mo knocked all of us unconscious. Her words weren't exaggerated, but her expression was delicate and pitiful. After she finished speaking, she glared at Tianga with resentment before lowering her head. Tianga was speechless. She wasn't a man, so what was the use of acting in front of her? Little did they know that Xianshu did this out of habit. Probably because Lord Daoist Jinghe liked the coquettish side of women, maids like them would act like little women from time to time in order to please their grandmaster to win his favor. But this time, not only did Tianga ignore them, but Lord Daoist Jinghe also didn't look at her. He laughed and patted Tianga's shoulder. Not bad. This is my, Qin Jinghe's, disciple. If you dare to be disobedient, won't you be obedient after a beating? Dilly-dallying and chattering, aren't you annoying? Tianga listened to Lord Daoist Jinghe's praise, but her eyebrows didn't even twitch. She dared to make a move because she was sure this nominal master of hers wouldn't make things difficult for her for the sake of maids. Besides, maids were maids in the end, and she was his disciple. She didn't need to act like little girls to please him. As long as her behavior was pleasing to his eyes and her cultivation level advanced quickly, he'd naturally protect her. With this master's flamboyant and murderous nature, how could she, his disciple, be weak. However, these maids all looked very smart, so why did they also come to complain about something so boring? This was because she thought too highly of these maids. Because Mo Tiange deliberately held back, Shuqi naturally didn't dare to say anything after witnessing Mo Tiange's methods. The other three, on the other hand, had developed an arrogant temperament under Lord Daoist Jinghe's wing, so how could they swallow this insult? However, reality made them very depressed. Judging from Grandmaster's reaction, not only did he not blame this martial uncle Mo, but he even seemed to admire her very much. Lord Daoist Jinghe ignored the maid's embarrassed looks and raised his chin at Mo Tiange in a very good mood. Girl, you're not bad. This lord is in a good mood today, so I'll reward you with something. Just treat it as a gift from the other day when I took you as my disciple. Take out all your magic tools and whatnot. Let me see what you lack. Mo Tiange's heart was filled with joy when she heard what he said. Medicinal pills and cultivation techniques were fine since she didn't lack them at all. As for magic tools and whatnot, she also felt she had too few means of attack. She promptly took out all the magic tools and magic weapons she used in fights of magical powers. The white silk handkerchief, the enchanting lantern, the shuttle of flying Apsara, the land-fleeing ruler, the flying needle, and the flying sword senior martial brother Xianin gave her when she built her foundation that day. Mo Tiange thought for a while then said, Master, I still have the heaven and earth cloud silk armor and the spirit concealing pendant. I don't need these, do I? Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't answer and just stared at the things on the table. He first picked up the flying sword and looked at it. It was a very common weapon for foundation building disciples. The flying needle was a good thing, a good weapon for sneak attacks. Soon after, he saw the land-fleeing ruler and the shuttle of flying Apsara, and his brows furrowed. That stinky brat. Although the land-fleeing ruler wasn't refined by him, there were still traces of him refining it. Also, this shuttle of flying Apsara was clearly something he bestowed upon him after he built his foundation. It turned out he'd long since given it to this girl. Finally, when he saw the enchanting lantern and the white silk handkerchief, Lord Daoist Jinghe's brows became tighter and tighter until they were almost vertical. This lantern was fine since it wasn't very useful, but this handkerchief. He didn't know what material it was made of, but he actually couldn't tell. Putting the things back, Lord Daoist Jinghe shouted, for magic tools, 2 magic weapons, and the armor you mentioned just now, you still think it's not enough. Don't you know most foundation building cultivators only have 1 or 2 magic tools? You have magic weapons, but you're still not satisfied. Take them all back, I won't give them to you. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. As he spoke, he even turned around and flung his sleeves. Mo Tiange was dumbfounded. She already knew this master of hers wasn't like other nascent soul cultivators who pretended to be mysterious and had a temperamental temperament, but wasn't this too exaggerated? He was obviously the one who wanted to reward her, so how did it become her being insatiable in the end? It wasn't her who asked for it. Lord Daoist Jinghe gave her a sidelong glance. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Quickly go and do your thing. Mo Tiange clenched her teeth and swallowed her anger. She put away the things, then turned around and walked away. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked, Master, disciple wanted to ask, disciple isn't qualified to preach Tao, right? Lord Daoist Jinghe shouted again, you're not qualified. You're my disciple, but you actually said you're not qualified to preach Tao to aura refining cultivators? You must be joking. But disciple now practices the art of the origin, which is different from their Tao. What does it have to do with being different? They won't divide it among themselves. If they tell you to go, just go. Yes, disciple will take her leave. Mo Tiange rubbed her head, walked out of Shangqing Palace, and silently asked the heavens. What kind of sin did I commit to have such a master? He doesn't give me pointers, doesn't reward me, and is temperamental and emotional. Having him is equivalent to not having him. Preach Tao, preach Tao. While muttering these words, Mo Tiange went to the steward's hall. Marshal. Uncle Mo, the one who received her was Luo Fengxue, who was still a bit unaccustomed to calling her that. Mo Tiange saw her expression and understood tacitly. She then followed her into the hall. Since there was no one else there, Luo Fengxue changed the way she addressed her. Tiange, what brings you here? Mo Tiange smiled bitterly. Master arranged for me to preach Tao. Oh. Luo Fengxue suddenly understood. You're in the foundation building realm now, so it's not strange for him to arrange for you to preach Tao. That being said, I've never preached Tao, that doesn't matter. Luo Fengxue said, since you've built your foundation, you naturally have more experience than aura refining disciples, so you can preach anything you want. What did Grandmaster say? Master told me to preach Tao every day for 4 hours. Ha! Upon hearing this arrangement, Luo Fengxue was puzzled. What's Grandmaster thinking? Our Xianqing school already gives Tao preaching to disciples frequently, once every 3 days. Even if you preach Tao every day, you won't have a place to do it. This was also the reason why Mo Tiange felt Lord Daoist Jinghe was deliberately tormenting her. 4 hours every day. Could it be that he would take all the Tao preaching at Xianqing school on his own? But Luo Fengxue's tone changed. If you think it's too troublesome, I can arrange for you to teach new disciples. That way, it'll be easy and you can report to the higher-ups. Mo Tiange thought about it and felt this seemed right, so she smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you. I can't refuse Master's arrangement. Right now, I'm having a headache about how to report to the higher-ups. Luo Fengxue smiled and walked to the table. She took out a blank jade slip, wrote something on it, and gave it to Mo Tiange. If you want to preach Tao to all aura refining disciples and have to go to the main peak, you can't teach new disciples. Just take this to Mingxue Hall on the mountainside. Someone will receive you there. Finally, Luo Fengxue satisfied her for once. Mo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief. She took the jade slip and went to the mountainside according to Luo Fengxue's instructions. Xianqing school had 3 ways of accepting disciples. One of them was the same as other big cultivation groups. Every 10 years, the school would open its gates and select individual cultivators from various clans with excellent spiritual roots or strong abilities. The other way was like Mo Tiange, which was recommended by cultivators in the foundation building realm and above. However, she was actually brought into the school by a core formation cultivator, so she didn't have to pass the test. The last way was to find mortals with outstanding spiritual roots from the secular world and bring them into the school. The last type of disciples usually had outstanding spiritual roots and were accepted by core formation cultivators as soon as they entered the school. Luo Fengxue was one of them. In the past, her elder brother also worshipped Master Daoist Xianin as his master. After he failed in his realm breakthrough and died, Master Daoist Xianin took care of his disciples' funeral affairs and went to the secular world. He happened to find that Luo Fengxue also had spiritual roots, so he brought her back to the school and accepted her as his disciple. Apart from the 3rd type of disciples who were directly accepted by high-level cultivators, the other 2 types of disciples had to start at Mingxue Hall if they were in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm or below. Therefore, Mingxue Hall was divided into 2 types of disciples. The first type was children with 3 spiritual roots or above. They were accepted because their aptitudes were high enough, so there were no requirements for their cultivation levels. The second type was disciples with poor aptitudes but still had potential. These disciples were usually the descendants of cultivators in the school, so the requirements were relaxed. When Mo Tiange arrived at Mingxue Hall, the cultivator in charge was very respectful when he saw her. "Grandmaster Mo, I didn't expect you to grace us with your presence. Please forgive my rudeness." Grandmaster. Mo Tiange trembled when she heard this title. The person in charge of Mingxue Hall was naturally a foundation-building cultivator, but the people who usually did things were all aura-refining disciples. She was now the advanced inner disciple of a nascent soul grandmaster, so her seniority was equivalent to a core formation grandmaster, so there was no problem with this title. However, it hadn't been long since she advanced to the foundation-building realm. Originally, she was just an insignificant aura-refining cultivator like these people, but all of a sudden, she became a grandmaster. The contrast was too big. Moreover, the one who addressed her like this was a white-haired old man, so it was even more difficult for her to adapt. "No need to be so polite. The reason I came here is clearly written in this jade slip. If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me." "Yes, yes." This aura-refining cultivator who was nearing the end of his lifespan and had no hope of advancing to the next realm didn't dare to be rude to her in the slightest. He still bowed and said, "Martial Uncle Luo explained in the jade slip that Grandmaster came here to teach the new disciples of Mingxue Hall. However, Martial Uncle Luo probably doesn't know that all the new disciples of Mingxue Hall have teachers who are directly responsible for teaching them." "I'm afraid." "Is that so?" Mo Tiange was stunned. "Then just find me something to do." This, Mo Tiange was a bit annoyed that the old man was still hesitating when she said anything. "Are you saying that I can't do anything here?" The old man repeatedly shook his head. I don't dare. Grandmaster, I'll tell you the truth. The highest cultivation level among us is only in the 9th layer of the aura refining realm. You can teach us directly, so why do you need to give sermons to the new disciples? Does this mean my cultivation level is too high and I'm being disliked? Mo Tiange resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She just wanted to muddle through this period of time. Why didn't this old man understand? I said anything. Do you understand? If there's nothing else, just let me sweep the floor, okay? This. I don't dare to trouble Grandmaster. Mo Tiange felt helpless. Then I won't do anything. I'll just sit here for 4 hours, okay? Chapter 139. The cultivators of Mingxue Hall naturally wouldn't let her sit there for 4 hours. After the cultivator who received Mo Tiange reported to the manager of Mingxue Hall, an early-stage foundation-building cultivator, learned that it was Patriarch Jinghe's idea, so he came to pay a visit and gave Mo Tiange all the tasks she needed to do at Mingxue Hall. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Mo Tiange realized the cultivator who received her was right. These new disciples all had special teachers to teach them, so they didn't need to do anything. Besides, it wasn't convenient for her to do other chores. After a while, Mo Tiange looked up at the manager of Mingxue Hall and said, "That being the case, how about I help teach them their homework?" New disciples had to start teaching Daoist scriptures, and teaching Daoist scriptures had to start from learning how to read. Since the distant past era, many characters had been left behind. Cultivation techniques and treasures from different eras might use different characters. Disciples who had just come into contact with cultivation had to spend a lot of time learning how to read every day. The manager naturally didn't have any objections. After repeatedly agreeing, he informed the supervising disciple that Mo Tiange only needed to follow the supervising disciple to teach her homework. Mo Tiange sighed inwardly when she saw the various teaching methods of Mingxue Hall. When she embarked on the path of cultivation, all she knew was a cultivation technique. When she was in Mo family's village, even the old master didn't know that knowledge, so she could only explore it bit by bit. Later, she found second uncle and was taught by him personally. But how could uncle and niece take care of everything when they were wandering? Second uncle wasn't a teacher. Most of what she knew and learned were things she encountered on her own, and second uncle only remembered to teach her. In Enchanting school, each subject was clearly separated and taught by different cultivators. If she could do this back then, she wouldn't have had such a hard time. Nevertheless, she was just sighing. She was already very lucky to be able to reach this point. With second uncle's guidance, she was much better than individual cultivators who struggled to survive. After being led into the hall by the supervising cultivator, Enchanting saw that the prayer mats in the room were full of children between 6 and 17 years old. Their cultivation levels were between the first and third layer of the aura refining realm. When they saw her walking in, their gazes all fell on her. She didn't conceal her aura. In front of these early-stage aura-refining disciples, the aura of a foundation-building cultivator was naturally very powerful. The steward coughed, and the children immediately stood up and respectfully saluted him. Disciple greets teacher. Although the steward was in the same realm as them, he was in charge of teaching them, so they addressed him as teacher. The steward led Enchanting to the center and said, "Disciples, this is Grand Master Mo, the disciple of Patriarch Jinghe of Clear Spring Peak." Grand Master Mo's talents were outstanding. She wasn't even 30 yet, but her cultivation level was already in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Patriarch Jinghe specially ordered Grandmaster Mo to come to Mingshu Hall. From today onward, Grandmaster Mo will teach all of you together with me. I hope you'll seize this opportunity and cultivate diligently with Grandmaster Mo as your example. Enchanting saw that these children's eyes were filled with amazement and admiration. For them, nascent soul cultivators were like immortals. Furthermore, when they saw that Enchanting looked like she was in her 20s, yet she already had this kind of cultivation level, they were even more amazed. Under their attentive gazes, Enchanting recalled the first time she met Yi Jingwen. She was also amazed and thought how great it would be if she had this kind of power. She never expected that she would also become the object of admiration for these young disciples who had just entered the path of immortality. Alright, all of you can sit down. Today, we'll continue to study the Nanhua Heart Sutra. This mental cultivation technique is Enchanting School's basic mental cultivation technique, so it can't be underestimated. If there's anything wrong, please correct me. Grandmaster Mo, the steward bowed towards Enchanting then invited her to sit on the praying mat in front of him. Last time, it was mentioned that, it's not the other who has no self, it's not me who has no gain. It's near, but I don't know why. Do you all know what it means? A boy about 10 years old immediately raised his hand. The steward nodded with a smile. He was just worried that these children wouldn't dare to answer in front of Grandmaster Mo, but now that someone stood up, he felt relieved. The child stood up and looked at Enchanting before he answered, "It's not the other who has no self, it's not me who has no gain." This sentence means that without the other, there's no me, and without me, there's no the other. For example, if there's no good, there's no bad, and if there's no bad, there's no good. Two opposite things often need each other to present themselves. And, very good. The steward asked again, "Then do you understand the meaning of the second sentence?" It's near, but it's near, which means that it's close to the root of things, I don't know why, which means that I don't know whether there's something pushing behind the scenes. This explanation makes sense. The steward nodded and looked at Enchanting. Seeing that she didn't have any intention to speak, he continued to say, "If this sentence is used on the path of cultivation, it's neither good nor evil, everything's at its source." Our Tao school pursues the way of the celestial being. The so-called Tao is like the laws of heaven and earth, there's a law in the dark. Therefore, although we don't insist on doing good, we can't act recklessly. After listening to the steward's explanation, the child bowed his head and said, "Yes, disciple will earnestly comprehend it." "Good, continue." "Things are nothing but that, things are nothing but this. If you see that, you don't see it, if you know it, you know it." This steward was in the 8th layer of the aura refining realm. Judging from his age, he should be in his 40s, so it naturally wouldn't be a problem for him to explain this basic mental cultivation technique. Mo Tiange also didn't interrupt and just listened silently. It could be seen that the boy who answered at the beginning was quite outstanding when it came to Taoist scriptures. 70 to 80% of the questions asked by the steward were answered by him. However, Mo Tiange also discovered that the others seemed to be very unfriendly towards him. Whenever he answered a question, several people would secretly make faces at him. A slight frown appeared on Mo Tiange's face. Could it be that there were also cases of bullying and humiliation in this school? 4 hours passed very quickly. Mo Tiange discovered that this errand actually passed time very quickly. She only needed to answer some questions the steward found hard to answer. For her, aura refining realm questions were very simple, so she didn't need to think too much about it. She even had to thank Luo Fengxue for thinking of a good solution for her. After she finished her time at Mingxue Hall, Mo Tiange returned to Shangqing Palace. Once she finished her errands for the day, she went to report to Lord Daoist Jinghe. "Master." Lord Daoist Jinghe, who was peeling grapes with his spiritual power, only looked at her. "Oh, you're back." Mo Tiange criticized him inwardly. This is a nascent soul cultivator who has nothing better to do, peeling grapes all day long. Nevertheless, she still looked well-behaved on the surface. "Yes, master. I've finished my errands for today." "Finished?" Lord Daoist Jinghe propped himself up and sat up. He said to her with great interest, "Tell me about it." "Ah." Mo Tiange braced herself and said, "The steward's hall arranged for me to go to Mingxue Hall, so I went. I mainly had to answer some questions from new disciples." "Mingxue Hall?" Lord Daoist Jinghe nodded carelessly. "It was arranged by that girl Fengxue, wasn't it?" "Yes. I thought so. Aside from that girl, who else would think of letting you go to Mingxue Hall? That's for the best. New disciples will leave Mingxue Hall sooner or later, and at that time." Mo Tiange pricked up her ears. Could it be that there's a purpose to this arrangement? Unfortunately, Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't say anything more. He once again glared at her and said, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly go and cultivate." "Yes." Mo Tiange swallowed her words sullenly. "Humph. I don't need to think too highly of this master, he's just torturing me." From then on, Mo Tiange repeated these days. Collecting heavenly dew, taking care of spiritual plants, tidying up the beast yard, going to Mingxue Hall, and cultivating. Day after day, she became familiar with all the affairs in Shangqing Palace. Because she stayed in Mingxue Hall for a long time, she also became familiar with the affairs in Clear Spring Peak. Because of this, she somewhat understood why Lord Daoist Jinghe arranged these things for her to do. She had been in Xianqing school for 7 years, but 2 of them were in the foundation building realm and 2 of them were missing. In the remaining 3 years, she was in closed-door meditation all day and didn't integrate into the school at all. Now, she took care of Shangqing Palace's affairs every day and came into contact with cultivators in Mingxue Hall. She gradually became familiar with Clear Spring Peak and slowly became a real disciple of Xianqing school. Now that she understood all this, her feelings towards Lord Daoist Jinghe were complicated. This master almost never gave her pointers and didn't give her medicinal pills or treasures. Instead, he used this kind of method to correct her cultivation path. She was now 27 years old, but she was already in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. What she lacked wasn't medicinal pills or treasures, but the growth of her mental state. In particular, from the early stage to the middle stage of the foundation building realm, she didn't experience any hardships and didn't have enough mental experience. With such an unstable cultivation level, it was easy to breed inner demons. Inner demons were the most terrifying hurdle on the road to the core formation realm and the nascent soul realm. Although he didn't say it explicitly, this cheap master actually had great expectations for her. Under a tree in Mingxue Hall, a 10-year-old boy was reading Taoist scriptures diligently. As the Tao, don't bother with the formula and keep the truth, all the joints in the Naiwen have the spirit. The spirit of the hair is blue, the word Taiyuan, the spirit of the brain, the word Naiwen, the spirit of the eyes, the word Xian, the spirit of the nose, the word Yulong, the word Lingjian, the spirit of the ears, the word Tian, the word divine ability, the word life, the word Jingluan. His cultivation level was only in the first layer of the aura refining realm. He was only the most ordinary new disciple in Xianqing school and was still studying Taoist scriptures. But his hard work was also obvious to all. Apart from the daily morning classes, he spent the rest of his time reading Taoist scriptures. He had only been in the sect for 2 years, but he had already surpassed many ordinary disciples who were 15 or 16 years old. It had only been 2 years since he entered the school, but he had already surpassed many ordinary disciples who were 15 or 16 years old. Now, it was almost time for class to start. He seized the last bit of time he had to memorize this passage. As the Tao, don't bother with the formula and keep the truth, all the joints in the Naiwen have the spirit. The boy turned his head and saw 5 or 6 boys about his age making faces at him from a few meters away. One of the chubby boys shouted, "Yixinji, your pants fell." Right after he said that, the other boys burst out laughing. The boy named Yixinji glared at them fiercely, then turned around and continued to memorize. As the Tao, don't bother with the formula and keep the truth. Another plum flew over and hit him squarely. Although he had spiritual aura in his body, these boys weren't ordinary people. They used spiritual aura to hit him with plums, so it was really painful. Yixinji understood he couldn't memorize anymore, so he put the book away and turned around with a fierce expression. "What do you want to do?" However, although he looked fierce, the others weren't scared. The chubby boy made faces at his companions. "Look, he's trying to scare us." Someone immediately pointed at him and laughed at him. "Yixinji, aren't you afraid your pants will fall again?" Yixinji's expression darkened, but he knew he couldn't beat them. Many of them were the descendants of the martial uncles in the school. They had been taught since they were young, so their cultivation levels were higher than his. He couldn't even beat one of them. Seeing that he didn't speak, the boys simply threw another plum at him. "Why aren't you dodging? Aren't you very powerful?" No matter what the teacher asked, you always answered. "What? You don't dare to do it now. Why are you being polite with him? Let's beat him up first. I've been so annoyed by him these past few days." An impetuous boy jumped out and shouted while pointing at him. The children were provoked and swarmed up to her. Yixinji immediately turned around and ran. He knew he couldn't beat them, but he also didn't want to be beaten by them. If he ran to the front, they wouldn't dare to beat him because there were others around. But he didn't realize this idea. Before he could run far, he was hit by a plum, causing him to stagger. One of the boys immediately grabbed his sleeve, and the boys surrounded him and started beating him. These boys were smart and knew they couldn't act recklessly, so they only used their fists and feet without using spiritual aura. However, this made him feel even more pain. Yixinji was surrounded in the middle. He held his head, gritted his teeth, and didn't say a word. It was just pain. He'd be fine once he endured it. In any case, he was already used to it. Mo Tiange frowned. She just came to Mingxue Hall early, but she unexpectedly saw such a scene. She gently flicked her sleeves, and the children who were punching and kicking the boys in a circle immediately felt a strong wind sweep over them, and they were immediately knocked to the ground. Who? Who? A chubby boy crawled up and shouted angrily, "Who dares to hit me? I'll call my father." "How about calling your father?" Mo Tiange looked at him coldly and took over the conversation. It was only then that the children saw her. They were instantly tongue-tied. Mo. Grandmaster Mo. Mo Tiange knew many of these children were juniors of cultivators in the school, so they developed arrogant and willful temperaments. She just didn't expect them to be arrogant to this extent. At such a young age, they already knew how to bully their fellow disciples. What are you waiting for? Go to the training office and receive your punishment. Grandmaster Mo. Upon hearing what she said, the children shouted, We're just. Unfortunately, they couldn't even defend themselves. Mo Tiange didn't intend to listen to them. She helped the beaten boy up, turned her head, and said, "Hurry up and go." Yes. The children left unhappily. They weren't stupid. Grandmaster Mo was Patriarch Jinghe's advanced inner disciple, so they didn't dare to say anything to Grandmaster Mo despite their status. If they made Grandmaster Mo angry again, their punishment would be even heavier. Mo Tiange turned her head to look at the child she helped up. She had some impression of this child because every time she gave sermons, he repeatedly answered questions and was praised by the cultivator in charge. The cultivator in charge once told her this child came from the secular world. He had no foundation and his aptitude was ordinary, so he wasn't valued much. However, he was very hardworking and knew how to work hard. People like him would most likely achieve something. At that moment, the child looked up and saluted her. "Thank you for saving me, Grandmaster Mo." Mo Tiange showed a faint smile. She cast a small spell to heal the bruises on his body. "What's going on? Do they often beat you?" Yi Xinji looked at her cautiously and nodded slightly. Then why didn't you say anything?" Yi Xinji's expression darkened. He answered, They all have backers. I don't, so it's useless to say anything." Upon hearing this, Mo Tiange couldn't help but sigh. Even Xianqing School couldn't avoid this kind of problem. Disciples without foundation would inevitably be bullied. Then don't you feel bad about being beaten by them? The child bit his lip and nodded cautiously. "I'm not afraid. When I succeed in my cultivation, they naturally won't dare to bully me anymore." What he said was quite ambitious. Mo Tiange nodded inwardly and said with a smile, "When you succeed in your cultivation. You're only in the first layer of the aura refining realm right now, and your aptitude is also ordinary. How long do you want to wait?" Her words made Yi Xinji hang his head. He also knew his chances were slim, but if he didn't think that way, what else could he do? Mo Tiange couldn't help but think of herself. Didn't she also think the same way? Although her aptitude wasn't good and her path to immortality was uncertain, she firmly believed she'd succeed even though sometimes she also felt it was hopeless. She became a little interested in this child and asked, "What's your name?" "Yi Xinji." Yi as in Yi, Zhen as in real, and Ji as in fated chance. Yi Xinji. "Turns out your surname is Yi," Mo Tiange said. "In that case, we can be considered half from the same clan." Yi Xinji was surprised. "Grandmaster Mo, isn't your surname Mo?" Mo Tiange smiled. "I followed my mother's surname. My father's surname is actually Yi." "Oh," Mo Tiange smiled again and said, "If they bully you again next time, just come and tell me." "Ha!" Yijinji suddenly raised his head and stared at her in astonishment. He was grateful to be saved by Grandmaster Mo, but he didn't have much hope. It was just this time. After those people were punished, they'd still bully him in the future. After all, Grandmaster Mo wasn't anyone to him. But now, Grandmaster Mo said this. Grandmaster Mo, you mean, Mo Tiange repeated patiently, if they beat you again in the future, just come and tell me. I'll help you. Yijinji immediately jumped up upon hearing her confirmation. Really? Grandmaster Mo, you'll help me and won't let them bully me again. And the child's face instantly bloomed with joy. Grandmaster Mo, you're really good to me. Ever since I left home, no one has been this good to me. Ever since I came here, they've been bullying me. They secretly cut my belt, causing me to drop my pants in front of everyone. At this point, he was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Grandmaster Mo. I shouldn't have said this in front of you. It doesn't matter. Since she had nothing to do, Mo Tiange didn't mind listening to a child's complaints. If you have anything to say, just say it. This child probably hadn't complained to anyone before, so he immediately became a chatterbox. When I was at home, my father always said how good it was to cultivate. He said our family was originally a cultivation clan, but it declined, so we had no choice but to move to the secular world. Since I was a child, I've always yearned to cultivate. Later, a martial uncle happened to pass by and discovered I had spiritual roots, so I followed him to Xianqing school. But now, I feel cultivators are very annoying. Chapter 140. Mo Tiange's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Where's your home?" Yijinji widened his eyes in confusion. "My home." Mo Tiange repeated, "Your home in the secular world." Although he didn't understand what this grandmaster wanted to do, he still answered honestly, "My home is in Tong and City in Weigua." "Have you heard of it, Grandmaster?" Tong and City in Weigua. Mo Tiange muttered and frowned. It seemed to be the one second uncle mentioned. She asked again, "Do you know the name Yiqing?" Yijinji looked confused. I think Patriarch Grandpa's name is Yiqing, but I'm not sure, Patriarch Grandpa. Second uncle moved Yi clan out of Mount Qingmeng about 20 years ago. At that time, the Patriarch Yiqing, who stayed in the secular world, was in his 40s and had very weak 5 spiritual roots. Now, he should be in his 60s. Tell me about your family. Let me hear about it. A hint of vigilance appeared in Yijinji's eyes. Grandmaster, what do you want to hear? How could Mo Tiange not see that this child was wary of her? She smiled and said, "Could it be that there's something in your family that I covet? Just tell me." Yijinji thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. This grandmaster was the advanced inner disciple of a nascent soul cultivator. What could his declining family have that could attract her attention? He asked, "Grandmaster, what do you want to know? Just tell me. For example, what's the situation of your family? Did you also live in Kunwu?" When he mentioned his family's past, a smile appeared on Yijinji's face. He said proudly, "My father said our family used to be in Kunwu, and our ancestors even produced many core formation cultivators. In the end, there was a granduncle who formed his gold core when he was just over 100 years old. At that time, he was famous in West Kunwu." At this point, a regretful expression appeared on his little face. But this granduncle also passed away more than 20 years ago. There weren't many people in our family, and there weren't many people with spiritual roots, so our family declined just like that. So, there are no cultivators in your family now? Not really. Yijinji tilted his head and said, "In fact, I'm not sure. My father said that at that time, there was another granduncle who was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and he left after sending us to the secular world. However, that granduncle is old and hasn't contacted us for so many years, so we don't know if he's still around. Didn't your granduncle leave behind any message talismans? This. I don't know. These are all things that happened before I was born. My father didn't tell me anything. It was normal for the child not to know such a question. Mo Tienge had already made up her mind, so she no longer said anything. She raised her finger and forced out a drop of blood. With a wave of her spiritual aura, that drop of blood immediately rushed towards the child. Grandmaster, you. Yi Jinji turned pale with fright. However, before he could finish speaking, the drop of blood already entered the space between his eyebrows and disappeared without a trace. Mo Tienge sensed that her blood essence entered the space between his eyebrows without any hindrance at all. It easily fused with him. This child was indeed her blood relative. Grandmaster. Yi Jinji sobered up and stared at her in horror. What's this? As Mo Tienge stared at the child, she was also a bit surprised. Kunwa was so big, but Yi Clan's child actually happened to come to Xianqing school. This is a drop of blood identification. Ha! Yi Jinji was bewildered. Drop of blood identification. My blood essence is compatible with yours, and there's no rejection at all. This means we're blood relatives. Yi Jinji was completely dumbfounded. Mo Tienge stared at him. I don't know how we should address each other, but the core formation granduncle you mentioned died more than 20 years ago should be my father. *****, Martial uncle, your. Shuqin was stunned to see Mo Tienge leading a boy into the side hall of Shangqing Palace. Ever since Mo Tienge taught them a lesson, Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua became obedient. Even the other 12 people who heard about her methods also became a lot more restrained. They no longer gossiped in front of her, and their speech and behavior also became respectful and courteous. Mo Tienge faintly glanced at her. This is my grandnephew. I brought him here to pay respects to master. Grandnephew. Shuqin was stunned. This martial uncle Mo just went to Mingxue Hall and brought back a grandnephew. Nevertheless, she was smart and didn't say much. She just bowed and said, yes, Grandmaster is still in the main hall. Martial uncle can go and pay respects to him. Mo Tienge didn't linger and walked around Shuqin while holding Yi Jinji's hand. Yi Jinji was very excited. He turned to look at Shuqin, and when they were far away, he whispered, Grandmaster, you're so proud. Last time, I saw Grandmaster Jinghe's martial uncle come to Mingxue Hall to pass a message, but he didn't even look at our manager. Mo Tienge smiled. The manager of Mingxue Hall was only an ordinary early-stage foundation building cultivator, so how could he enter these women's eyes? They'd been with nascent soul grandmasters for a long time, so they didn't even pay attention to ordinary core formation cultivators. Yi Jinji looked around again, feeling very curious. Ever since he came to Xianqing school, he'd only been to the main hall on the main peak once and spent the rest of his time in Mingxue Hall. He hadn't even seen an ordinary foundation building martial uncle's Immortal's cave, let alone a nascent soul grandmaster's Immortal's cave. Mo Tienge couldn't help but smile as she looked at his innocent and happy appearance. This child had been very excited ever since he recognized himself as his relative. He originally thought he didn't have any backing and would definitely be bullied by others. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had a grandmaster who was related to him by blood. Those children who bullied him before couldn't compare to him, so he was so happy that he didn't know what to say. She recalled how Yi Jinji proudly stuck out his chest when she explained the reason to the cultivator in charge of Mingxue Hall, which made her feel both funny and pitiful. Jinji, our seniority can't be determined in a short time. I'm only 10 years older than you, so you can just call me Auntie. There's no need to call me Grandmaster. Oh. Yijinji raised his head to look at her, then called out in a low voice, Auntie. Mo Tiange smiled and stroked his head. You don't have to be so reserved. We're relatives, so we're different from them. Yijinji finally became a bit more courageous. I understand. Auntie, can I follow you in the future? And you should be able to. But before that, I have to report to the Grandmaster. In fact, Mo Tiange also wasn't sure. Her identity now was indeed different. Taking care of a blood-related junior shouldn't be a big problem, but she was now living in Lord Daoist Jinghe's Immortal's cave, and this master of hers wasn't serious. She really couldn't say for sure. Auntie. Yijinji raised his head to look at her, then asked worriedly, won't this make things difficult for you? Mo Tiange was stunned. Just now, she unconsciously frowned, but this child was actually so sharp. Yijinji said, Auntie, if you're in trouble, you don't have to worry about me. Now that they know you're my granduncle, they won't dare to bully me anymore. Seeing the child's serious expression, Mo Tiange smiled and answered seriously, you don't have to worry. You'll understand after you meet the Grandmaster. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the main hall. In Shangxing Palace, aside from Lord Daoist Jinghe himself, there were only the maids and her, so there was no need for anyone to report to them. Leading Yijinji into the main hall, Mo Tiange saw that Lord Daoist Jinghe was still lying on his dragon chair, enjoying the service of the maids while flipping through an unknown book. He was also mumbling something. Master. Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't even raise his head. Oh, you're back. Why did you bring back a little guy today? Mo Tiange let go of Yijinji's hand and signaled him with her eyes. The child very cleverly knelt down and kowtowed. Yijinji greets the Grandmaster. Mo Tiange said, Master, this child is related to me by blood. I want to bring him back to teach him personally. I sincerely ask for your permission. Lord Daoist Jinghe was surprised. He then turned around and casually waved his hand at Yijinji, signaling him to stand up. Then he turned to Mo Tiange. What's going on? Where did this child come from? Mo Tiange patiently reported, when I went to Mingxue Hall today, this child happened to be bullied by others, so I conveniently saved him. Unexpectedly, this child actually came from my clan in the secular world. Oh. What a coincidence. Lord Daoist Jinghe wasn't interested in these trivial matters of the branch family. However, when he saw Yijinji standing up and shrinking behind Mo Tiange timidly, his interest was piqued. Little fella, come here and let Grandmaster have a look. Yijinji raised his head to look at Mo Tiange. It was only after he saw her nod that he carefully moved to Lord Daoist Jinghe's side. He had never seen a nascent soul realm patriarch before. How imposing, the little guy looks pretty good. He looks like you. As Lord Daoist Jinghe spoke, he grabbed Yijinji's wrist. Your aptitude is a bit lacking. You have 3 spiritual roots, and, fortunately, all of your spiritual roots are fine, so building your foundation shouldn't be a problem. If you work hard, there's also hope for you to form your gold core. Yijinji widened his eyes. He wasn't sad at all that the sovereign said his aptitude was a bit lacking because disciples who could enter Xianqing school all had excellent aptitudes. He only had 3 spiritual roots, so he could only be considered barely qualified. However, the ancestral master said that if he worked hard, he would be able to form his gold core. This was something he had never thought of. That'll do. This kind of trivial matter, do as you see fit. Lord Daoist Jinghe let go of Yijinji's hand, then lay back down. You haven't formed your gold core yet, so you don't have the qualifications to accept disciples. Just leave him by your side for now. Mo Tiange was delighted to receive his consent. Thank you, master. Hee, thank me. Girl, you've been cursing me behind my back a lot. Forget it. Lord Daoist Jinghe waved his hand. Go. Mo Tiange didn't feel embarrassed even though she was exposed in public. In any case, it was a fact that this cheap master of hers didn't act respectfully. She only saluted him one last time, then took Yijinji away. Jinji, now that the sovereign has agreed, you can stay by my side from now on. I'll try my best to help you, but you also have to work hard, understand? Yijinji's face flushed with excitement. A nascent soul sovereign. He actually met a nascent soul sovereign. He thought for a moment, then asked, Auntie, do I still have to go to Mingxua Hall in the future? Of course, Mo Tiange said, you haven't finished learning the Daoist scriptures, so you still have to go. What? You don't want to go? No. Yijinji repeatedly waved his hand, revealing a slightly embarrassed smile. He then secretly said, Auntie, I actually want to go. I have Auntie now, so Ji-hen and the others won't dare to bully me anymore. I just want to go and see their faces. Mo Tiange couldn't help but laugh when she heard what he said. Sure enough, he was still a child. He was bullied in the past, but now he wanted to hold his head high. Mo Tiange nodded. There's nothing wrong with being quick to repay gratitude and enmity. But you mustn't be too stubborn, understand? When they arrived at Mingxin residence, Mo Tiange opened the restriction. After thinking for a moment, she took out a blank jade tablet and engraved some instructions on it. She then handed it to Yijinji. In the future, use this to open the defensive formation. Once they entered Mingxin residence, a small spiritual beast pounced on them and squeaked, startling Yijinji. Mo Tiange said to Yijinji, this is Auntie's spiritual beast. You can call it Xiaohua. It's very smart, and its cultivation level is equivalent to an early-stage foundation building cultivator. In the future, if you need anything, you can call it. She then crouched down and stroked the inferno beast's head. This is Shinji. He's my nephew. In the future, treat him like you treat me, understand? The inferno beast squeaked again and intimately bit the hem of Yijinji's robe. It didn't stop until Yijinji also stroked its head. Mo Tiange smiled. She took out a jade bottle and poured several medicinal pills into it. Eat them and go play. If you want to go to the back mountain, that's fine. The inferno beast rolled its tongue and swallowed the medicinal pills. It then nodded at her and ran out of Mingxin residence, probably heading towards the spiritual beast courtyard in the back mountain. This inferno beast's cultivation level rose very quickly. Ever since they moved to Shangqing Palace, Missouri Tiange let it roam freely, so it often ran to the back mountain to play. Because there were restrictions in the Immortal's cave, Mo Tiange also let it go. After leading Yijinji into the courtyard, Mo Tiange introduced everything to him one by one. This is Auntie's Immortal's cave. This is the concocting room, this is the tool refining room, and this is the cultivation room. As for this resting room, it'll be yours from now on. If you need anything, you can just ask the martial uncles here. They're the Grand Master's maids, so all the affairs in Shangqing Palace are managed by them. Got it, Auntie. Yijinji stood in the resting room and carefully touched the bed made of cold jade. There weren't many things in the room, but everything was so exquisite that he couldn't help but stare. Where's your luggage? Upon hearing Mo Tiange's question, Yijinji took off the Qiankuan bag hanging from his waist and poured out the things somewhat embarrassedly. There were some clothes, a few Daoist scriptures and mental cultivation techniques, some children's toys, 3 spirit stones, and several worn-out jade bottles. Mo Tiange opened them to take a look. There were healing medicinal pills and aura-nourishing pills, but there were only 2 or 3 of them. Among them, there was even an aura-nourishing pill that seemed to be half-eaten. Yijinji seemed to feel his things were too shabby, so he said with a red face, "Auntie, when I left home, there wasn't much left in the house. I only left these few things, and Grandpa Patriarch gave them all to me." Mo Tiange smiled. Presumably, those people in the Yi clan with meager spiritual roots were still unwilling to leave, so even though they stayed in the secular world, they still cultivated. Moreover, most of the valuable things were with second uncle, so they originally didn't have anything valuable. After 20 years, it was very normal for there to be nothing left. She thought for a moment, then took out 7 or 8 jade bottles from her Qianquan bag. These 2 bottles contain aura-nourishing pills. There are 100 pills in each bottle. You should know how to use them. These are aura-converging pills. They're also medicinal pills for cultivation, and their effects are 10 times better than aura-nourishing pills. However, you'd better increase your cultivation level before taking them. The medicinal effects are too strong, and your current cultivation level is too low. These are aura-purifying pills. For every 10 aura-nourishing pills you take, you'll have to take 1 to expel pill toxins. These are refreshing pills. They're used to detoxify poisons. Presumably, all the poisons you've come into contact with can be detoxified with these pills. These are restorative panaceas. You'll use up all your spiritual aura in a fight of magical powers, so taking 1 can restore a lot of your spiritual aura. These are mind-clearing pills. They're used to calm the mind. If you feel uneasy, you can take 1. Seeing that Yijinji's hands were trembling while holding the jade bottles, Mo Tiange smiled and took out a small pouch. "There are 200 spirit stones in here. I know you new disciples haven't graduated from Mingxue Hall yet, so you can't get a disciple's share. I'll give you these first for your cultivation." He only had 2 spirit stones in his possession, and he was reluctant to use them for a long time. Now that he suddenly received 200 spirit stones, Yijinji was completely dumbfounded. But it wasn't over yet. Mo Tiange thought for a moment, then took out the greenwood sword and the spirit-gathering pearl she no longer used. Touching these 2 things, she heaved a soft sigh. The spirit-gathering pearl wasn't a good thing, but it was left behind by her father. Moreover, it also guided her on the path of cultivation. After thinking for a while, she put it away and replaced it with a spirit-gathering formation she made herself. "This is the greenwood sword. My second uncle passed it on to me. Now, I'll pass it on to you. This thing has been refined by a core formation cultivator, so ordinary spirit tools can't compare to it. You have to use it well. As for this spirit-gathering formation, when you cultivate, you can place it in the surroundings to increase the density of spiritual aura." Yijinji received these things in a daze. Although he was only a new disciple, after entering Xianqing school, he still had some experience. He had seen spirit tools in the hands of fellow disciples, but they hadn't graduated from Mingxue Hall, so the school wouldn't give them spirit tools. Those who could have spirit tools were all people with powerful backgrounds. A small disciple from the secular world like him could only look at them with envy. However, this greenwood sword was obviously a high-grade spirit tool. It was much better than the ones he had seen before. "Auntie, this is a lot. Since you're my relative, I'll naturally give you the best." Mo Tiange's expression turned serious. "However, you also have to remember that you can only rely on yourself to walk on the path of cultivation. If you're complacent and don't move forward, then no matter how many treasures you have, it'll be useless." Yijinji was startled by Mo Tiange's stern shout, but he soon regained his composure. He obediently lowered his head and said, "I understand. I'll cultivate diligently and live up to Auntie's expectations." Mo Tiange was very satisfied that this child was so obedient. She stroked his head and said, "All right, Auntie's going to cultivate. It's good for you to cultivate and familiarize yourself with it first. If you need anything, just call me outside the cultivation room." "Yes." Mo Tiange turned around and was about to leave, but Yi Xinji hastily called out, "Auntie." Mo Tiange stopped. When she saw Yi Xinji looking at her, she blushed and said in a low voice, "I'm hungry." Stunned, she couldn't help but knock her own head, then said with a smile, "Auntie hasn't eaten for a long time, so I forgot you still need to eat. Wait a moment, I'll call someone to bring you some food." After returning to the cultivation room, Mo Tiange first sent a summoning talisman to Shuqin, asking her to call someone to bring her food every day. After that, she arranged a formation and entered the virtual sky world. Standing inside the virtual sky world, she felt the gentle breeze and exhaled. However, she didn't immediately enter the hut to cultivate. Instead, she sat down by the stream. She didn't expect to run into someone from Yi Clan. She never grew up in Yi Clan, so Yi Clan only existed in her imagination. However, before second uncle passed away, he always told her to take care of Yi Clan if she had the ability in the future. Now that she ran into a child from Yi Clan, she naturally couldn't ignore him. This child told her that Yi Clan lived a good life in the secular world. There were still several cultivators in the clan. Although their cultivation levels were low and not worth mentioning in Kunwu, they were immortals in the eyes of mortals. Yi Clan quickly gained a foothold in Wei country. Now, they were rich and healthy, and they even became Marquis Changningho in Wei country. Hearing this, Mo Tiange felt relieved. In the past, Yi Clan was forced to move to the secular world because apart from second uncle, they didn't have any real cultivators. Even if they had spiritual roots, they only had 5 spiritual roots and could barely reach the second or third layer of the aura refining realm by relying on medicinal pills. However, living in the secular world was already enough. Far away from the bloody storms of the cultivation world, they could still enjoy glory, splendor, wealth, and rank in the secular world. What else could they ask for? Even if Lord Daoist Jinghe's clan in the secular world produced a nascent soul cultivator and a core formation cultivator, it was still just an ordinary rich clan. At first, those people from Yi Clan also gave up. However, 10 years ago, Yi Xinji was born and was unexpectedly tested to have 3 spiritual roots. Yi Clan was wild with joy. Later, when Xianqing school disciples ran errands in the secular world, the patriarch of Yi Clan treated Yi Xinji with a lot of money, so Yi Xinji was able to return to Kunwu and even entered a famous clan. This matter was only a trivial matter, so even the Stewards Hall of Clear Spring Peak didn't know Yi Xinji's identity and origin. Thus, they didn't report it to Lord Daoist Jinghe or Master Daoist Shoujing, so Mo Tiange naturally had no way of knowing. If it wasn't for Lord Daoist Jinghe tormenting her and Luo Fingxue making her go to Mingxue Hall, she would have probably waited until she formed her gold core and went to the secular world to fulfill second uncle's wish before she learned of Yi Xinji's existence. At that time, if Yi Xinji's luck wasn't good, he might have already become old. Yi Clan racked their brains to send Yi Xinji to Xianqing school. First, they didn't want to waste Yi Xinji's talent. Second, they probably wanted to revitalize their clan. However, Yi Xinji's spiritual roots were only ordinary. He was already very lucky to be able to enter a big cultivation group, so Yi Clan didn't have any delusions. However, because of this, Mo Tiange had another thought. It had only been a few years since Yi Clan left Kunwu, so they obviously still wanted to return to Kunwu. If they found out about her existence, she was afraid they might have some other thoughts. Thinking up to this point, Mo Tiange made a decision. That being the case, she didn't plan to let Yi Clan know of her existence for the time being. If they found out, some troubles would inevitably arise. Of course, she didn't want to hide it forever. When the time was right, she would go back to Yi clan and tell them second uncle's last wish. But in that case, she would inevitably warn Yi clan that if they didn't have enough high-level cultivators, they shouldn't think about returning to Kunwu. How many small cultivation clans had been wiped out in Kunwu? Yi clan from Danding School still had several foundation-building cultivators, but after a disaster, they declined just like that. Mo Tiange didn't know whether they could survive or not. In that case, it would be better to stay in the secular world and enjoy glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. If they produced a descendant with good spiritual roots, she would naturally lend a helping hand. Mo Tiange shook her head and threw these thoughts to the back of her mind. She stood up and returned to the small room inside the virtual sky world, preparing to cultivate. Yi Xinji hadn't even finished reading the Taoist scriptures, so he still had a long way to go. When the time came, she would give him some medicinal pills and ask her master to help him. Presumably, building his foundation wouldn't be a problem, and he might even have a high chance of forming his gold core. After making this decision, Mo Tiange sat down, sank her aura into her dantian, and started today's cultivation. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.